same feeling with your customers. You can also access online authenticity certificates for items you have previously ordered by looking at your order history on your account details. The certificate gives you valuable information about your purchase and is your guarantee of quality and peace of mind from the Genuine Gemstone Company.
Good afternoon and welcome to the Designer Inspiration Show here on JewelleryMaker. My name's Ed. Thank you so much for tuning in. We are going to make it worth your while, as always, because we have so much inspiration today. Maybe a little bit more of a niche discipline, but the jewellery that Tracey has created is spectacular.
Thank you, Ed.
Amazing, I love it. So we haven't done a show together before.
We haven't, so it's nice to meet you.
Yeah, it's nice to meet you.
Yay.
So, Tracey is our new silver clay expert here at JewelleryMaker, and everyone is enamoured by the jewellery, I have to say. We've been talking about it in the office, how beautiful it is. I mean, not just the detailing on the silver work actually, but the way the gemstones have accented it as well. Just looks, well, boutique-esque really. Thank you very much. I'm really looking forward to showing the chips from... It looks like a pendant, but it's actually a little clever clasp. So I'm really I'm quite looking forward to showing that. Is that it looks like an amylite as well. It's beautiful. It looks like a little fossilised amylite. Yeah, it's really it's ingenious, really. So we're going to have a look at that very, very soon, and we'll be focused on that particular discipline. But of course, Tracey will give her insights into jewellery making as a whole as well. Is that all right? Absolutely. I'm sure if anybody has any questions, and just be more than happy to try and help you out. The number you need to text to if you've got any questions, or maybe you've got a little top tip that you want to share with our jewellery making community, then the number you need to text is 60777. Start your text with the phrase JM Studio. Alternatively, of course, you can message in via the website. If you are shopping on our website, then don't forget, placing an item in your basket is just a signal of intent. You do need to be checking out as quickly as possible, mainly so you don't miss out, but it also does help the producers work out how low they can go, basically, if everybody checks out on the items that they want to see. You do have a 30-day money-back guarantee, so there's absolutely nothing to worry about when you're shopping with us here at JewelleryMaker. Free phone number, 1 P&P per day. That runs from midnight to midnight. You can add as many items to your collective order as you wish, and you'll only ever pay $2.95. So, absolutely amazing. Now, just while we were getting prepared for our show, and basically eulogising about how gorgeous Tracey's jewellery was, sales manager Scott is having an amazing day. He's smiling ear to ear. He's just walked past, actually, as I said that. And he's been a bit generous with the goodies. He's been adding additional goodies to our show throughout the morning. So we're all very excited. In fact, Tracey's already seen this, and you were...
I was blown away. They're absolutely stunning. They're beautiful. Absolutely beautiful.
It's the right time, isn't it, to be investing in aquamarine.
Beautiful.
It's March's birthstone, so it's coming up. And of course, this is the time when people might be investing in aquamarine for their birthstone commissions, potentially, for birthdays. Or if you're creating designs for craft fairs, of course, they can be very, very useful. Maybe you're more of a hobbyist and you use your jewellery making hobby to create gifts for loved ones. If somebody has a birthday in March, this would be perfect. In fact, look at that lovely pair of cufflinks that would be, wouldn't it? You'd be disappointed if I didn't say it now, wouldn't you? The colour tone is spectacular. So we're going to be having a look at those a little bit later in the show. Probably about 2:30, 3 p.m. Sometime before 3 p.m. We're thinking we're going to bring you this premier strand of aquamarine. I have to warn you though, it is a limited edition. So 50 lucky individuals are going to get the chance to own this beautiful quality of aquamarine probably around 2:30, 3 o'clock. So make sure you've got your phone in hand. Absolutely gorgeous. However, we are going to bring you a little bit of a deal to get you up and running this afternoon, and this is pretty much an essential for most jewellery makers. It is probably two of the most neutral tones when you think about black and white. Together they create this gorgeous monochrome combination, but I think most people need to have black and transparent gemstones within their collection. They work with any other gemstone combination, don't they? So even if you have very bright and vibrant colour tones, you can tone them down using these neutrals, or if you use them together, they're a match made in heaven, aren't they? Very 1920s-esque actually, this one, isn't it? The kind of flapper girl look that you get from the monochrome combination. And look at this, you've got the juxtaposition here between the polished hollowed donuts and the heavily faceted perfect rounds of clear quartz. So suits each other perfectly. The clear quartz are 10mm rounds. The black agate donuts are 20mm in diameter. And of course, so many design opportunities because you've got that hollowed centre. Of course, you can suspend a gemstone in there. We were actually thinking earlier, I mean, these do fit perfectly. I'm actually thinking about potentially maybe a solitaire ring of that. However, if you wanted to use them individually, and I'll just check this with Tracey, but I think, could you set silver clay into those and use the bahaya as a little frame?
You could put a bead in. You could make a silver clay bead and kind of thread it into there, so it accentuates the bead.
That would be amazing, because of course the silver clay is actually 99.9% pure silver, so you'd be adding a lot of value to your design if you did that. Yeah. Amazing, there you go. In fact, you could even, I suppose, individualise it. You could go for initials or a little motif in the silver clay, couldn't you?
The sky's the limit, really. It's down to your imagination as to what you could put
Tracey,
inside.
I'm so glad you said that, because I always like to think that your own imagination is the only thing holding you back with jewellery making, but particularly with silver clay, because, well, as you said, the world's your oyster, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Fantastic. Now, if you were to buy these two strands individually, it'd be $21.90. Already the best value on the market, less than £11 per strand. But I think we all know that producer Phil's not going to leave it at that price. That's not how we get it up and running. It's Monday. Let's get this week started with a bang. $14.95 for the Monochrome Delight faceted clear quartz and your 20mm black agate donuts. $14.95. What are we talking about now? £7.49 per strand. Amazing value. And obviously you tend to focus on sort of the silver clay items when you're working, but you have to have these gemstones as your accents, I presume. Do you find that?
You know, complementing your silver clay pieces with, you know, beads and things is beautiful. And the beads obviously usually kind of drive you into a theme,
right,
or an idea, or stimulate you in that way. So yeah, the beads do play a big role in.
Oh, that's interesting. So these kind of the gemstones that you're working with can help to direct the creative process, and then maybe give your silver clay features, if you like, a little bit of direction as a result.
Absolutely. Yeah.
I like that concept. I'm into that. $14.95. People already adding this to their baskets. Don't forget, you do need to check out to avoid disappointment. Lots and lots of incredible deals coming up on today's show. This is an add it to your order item. Everybody needs their black and white gemstones because they are a staple of most people's gemstone collection as designers, so we just thought we'd get up and running with that. We have got more of the niche tools coming up throughout the show. We've got the individual packets of silver clay. We've got the tools such as the clay rollers, which are also suitable for polymer clay. We've got polymer clay tomorrow. We've got the cutters as well, which can be used across a number of different disciplines. So lots and lots going on, including the wire banding pliers, the crinkler tools. So we've got a lot of the essential tools as well as your essential gemstones, black and white, the monochrome combination there for $14.95. We're going to move on now. Where to, sorry? Oh yes, this is absolutely delicious and very similar to some of the pearls that Tracey's used in her collection, actually. You've put your silver clay motifs alongside white and silver pearls, haven't you?
Absolutely, yeah.
There you go. We've created a bit of a low stock bundle here, so it is first come, first serve, as always, here at JewelleryMaker, but you've got to be quick on this one because we've put 4 strands of cultured pearls together to give you incredible value. So 6 by 5 mil white cultured pearls, 6 by 7 mil in your silver. Then you've got 7 by 6 in your, oh no, sorry. Yes, sorry, 7 by 6 in the white, yes, and then 10 by 9 in the silver. So graduation in sizes there, but they look so beautiful alongside one another, don't they? The whites and the silvers give you that kind of icy-like effect. Depends how you use them, of course. Wow, these are already less than £5 per strand for genuine cultured pearls. I mean, one of these strands of pearls, if it had a beautiful sterling silver clasp on it, you'd be expecting to pay more than £20 for the design, wouldn't you? Really? Producer Phil is very excited about his price point. £3.25, £3.24 per strand for genuine cultured pearls. You could pay more than that for coated plastic in an accessory store, couldn't you? That is amazing. We just said the world's your oyster. I thought you'd like that, Phil. People are flying in for this deal, as you'd expect at that price point. I mean, we always try to offer the best value on the market, but now I think we are pushing it a little bit. We don't want to be devaluing genuine gemstones. Imagine this, you know, this would have taken Mother Nature upwards of 9-10 years to create all of these 4 strands, wouldn't we? Because we've got these are roughly 9mm in size. Generally looking at about 12 to 18 months per millimetre in growth for a mineral like a cultured pearl. So yeah, as I say, to create all 4 strands of these be very, very labour intensive for Mother Nature herself. Okay, we've got multi-buyers coming through left, right and centre this one. Congratulations to Nicola. You've got 2 of these. Anne's got 2. Buyers in Kent, in London, multi-buying as well. Lots and lots of people coming through, and also quite a few people who have put these in their basket. So you do need to be checking out. Look, Pearl in Tyne and Wear has multi-bought this. There you go. Absolutely fantastic. Okay, you can see that's going to be a sellout deal. $12.95. Amazing price point for what we probably consider to be an essential mineral. There you go. I think that's been a sellout deal. So congratulations if you did get involved very quickly. Okay, now, this is another collection of items that you probably would say is essential because we're looking at ring and earring findings here. However, these have got something a little bit special about them. Probably one of the most impressive features of silver I've seen on any of our stud earring findings. I have to say that. Quite in keeping with the kind of items that you might create with your silver clay. In fact, if you've got the little syringe, you could almost embellish this, couldn't you, Tracey? It's got a little bit of texture to it anyway, so I think it would probably take quite well. Yeah, fantastic, wouldn't it? Look at that. Now you actually get 3 pairs of these studs. Now I will show you, because this is the main feature of the earring. This is the face you're going to see on the earlobe itself, but I'll turn it to the side, you'll see we've got a little loop, so you can actually attach, you know, a little feature, a little dangle. All you need is, what, 0.4 mil wire or a head pin. You could just use a head pin, I suppose, to connect that, couldn't you? Maybe just one of your little pearls dangling from that.
They're so pretty, aren't they? They'll adapt into so many different styles. With that little loop on the back, they make them very versatile.
Yeah. So in fact, you could actually make your connection sort of interchangeable, couldn't you? So for during the day, you could just wear them as plain studs, and then when you're going out, just
and bling them up.
Bling them up. I like that. I like that. And they do have the very traditional butterfly backs, which a lot of people find comfortable on their ears as well. This could be a real selling point for you. Now you get 3 pairs of these earring findings. As I say, some of the most impressive silver work I think we've ever seen here at JewelleryMaker on our stud earring findings, that square section. 3 pairs of those, but that's not all you get, because you also get the adjustable ring finding as well. So you get ring finding, but it's got the little loops, so you could create little charm rings, little cluster star rings. I suppose you could wire wrap your gemstones onto there. Again, you're only ever limited by your own creativity. Whatever that you feel you can achieve using these, it's all about a little bit of experimentation with a finding like this. It's a very traditional look, and you can create either a very traditional design, or you can take it in a different direction. You can create a very bespoke setting with this ring finding. It's going to do all the work for you, isn't it? And I think rings do tend to be quite big sellers in traditional craft fairs, or if you're working on commissions, people love to own rings, don't they? Sterling silver duo here, 3 pairs of the stud earrings and one of your ring findings. Maybe this is just to increase your own personal collection. It is all 925 sterling silver. Some people are only comfortable wearing 925 sterling silver in their ear, aren't they? And so these would be...
Yeah, there's lots of people with allergies and things like that, so you know they want to stick to either silver or gold.
Right, there you go. So it's a must-have then if you're selling your zones. Should be just $15.90 for sterling silver. But we're not staying there. We're giving you another saving. Don't mess around when we put together our wholesale bundles. $11.95, all sterling silver. And of course, when you're dealing with a precious metal like sterling silver, it helps you to justify the price points that you want to achieve. You're selling your designs. It shows that you're, you know, an elite jewellery maker, not just a crafter, if you like, not just a hobbyist, but that you are offering people the real deal. Sterling silver, genuine gemstones, and of course you've got your silver clay as a feature today. Fantastic on the basis of that. One of the most impressive amounts of sterling silver I've seen on any of our sterling silver stud earrings, I have to say. You do have that little loop, don't forget, so you've got lots of different design opportunities as well. Works out about £1.70 per piece of sterling silver. So that means you can get a sterling silver ring setting for £1.70. That's hugely impressive, isn't it? So much going on with this bundle. Essential feature for a lot of jewellery designers to work with sterling silver. I see this more and more often when I do go to craft fairs. You know, those 3 little numbers do tend to attract a lot of attention. When people see 925, that means they're kind of setting you apart from other people. They know that you have offered them the best of the best. You know, what you can find, 925 sterling silver, $11.95. Nobody needs to know you're paying wholesale price points essentially for sterling silver. You need to you know, apply appropriate pricing for your jewellery designs, especially if you are setting them into sterling silver. $11.95 down from $15.90, but I have to say it's probably more to do with how rare these items are here at JewelleryMaker. We don't see these ring and earring settings as often as we'd like, so you know, the sort of £4 saving, or roughly £4 saving, is almost irrelevant really. At $15.90 I'd expect to see people flying in for the chance to own those sterling silver items. We're going to move on, and we're now going to bring you some wire. Now, we love our wire here at JewelleryMaker. It was voted our favourite discipline in our end of year award ceremony, and I have to say this is one of our favourite colour tones. I think it's Alison's favourite, isn't it? Alison Terry loves to work with this. So, let's have a look at this. I'm going to get them in order. There we go, there we go. So you've got 0.4 mil, 0.8, 1 mil and 1.25 mil, all in your antique bronze, 10 metres on each reel, so 40 metres in total, and all of the varying gauges that you need. So 0.4 for your detailing. You've got 0.8, so that could be used for maybe creating your own findings. For example, 1 mil for your structural work, 1.25, you know, for more of the, you know, the ornamental style work where you do need a kind of framework for your design. That's going to be perfect, isn't it? 4 different reels, the graduating sizes, all in the same colour tone, and I've just heard the words, the saving's going to be phenomenal. That is the words of my producer. Should be $21.30. $12.95. He wasn't kidding. That's a huge saving. So it should be over £20. Just taking it down to $12.95. There you go. That's some of Rachel Norris's beautiful wire work there. Oh yeah, I like that one. I think I saw her doing that actually. Yeah, it was last Sunday. I saw her creating that design. There you go. Fantastic. That's Sammy's work, isn't it? Gorgeous. That's another one of Sammy's. What are they called again? Slave rings and bracelets, aren't they? Yeah, that's it, where they're connected in that way. That's it.
I don't know what they're called, but they're beautiful.
Yeah, they're gorgeous, aren't they? Do you do any wire work at all?
No, I'm not very good at it.
I find it a little bit intimidating.
Not my genre, really.
I find it intimidating because, like, I've seen how amazing wire workers are. I just can't get my head around it. They've got all these wires, and then they're like, there you go. And it's like perfect. You're like, how did you do that? But, you know, there's so many people who are inspired by the idea of wire work.
Completely. I admire their skill.
Yeah, it's amazing. $12.95. There you go. This is everything you need. This one's flying out the door. We only have a limited number available. I did let everybody into the inner realm last week, didn't I? I told them that these are quite controversial, you see. It's a bit of a battle in the office. It's difficult for us to always have all of the colour tones and the gauges everybody wants on our website at all times. So the buying team aren't really very fond of the wholesale bundles on wire because they fly out the door so quickly, and then they're kind of scrambling with the suppliers to get more wire in stock. So a bit of a battle between our producers and our buying team, but they don't let you down. Producer Phil's not going to let you down. He's put it together for you. Lots of familiar names coming through for this one. We know wire work is very popular. You need your 0.4, your 0.8, your 1 mil, your 1.25 mil. Everybody loves this antique bronze colour tone. Quite a neutral metallic tone, actually. It works with silver, it works with gold, works with the copper tones as well. So you can create very contemporary designs or vintage style looks using your antique bronze. So I think that's probably why this colour tone seems to suit so many different designers, maybe. Could be the reason. That's why we've got so many people coming through on the phone lines. We've got people multi-buying this bundle. Now, I'm not surprised with that saving again. It's one of those items everybody wants to see, but we're not able to bring you every day like we would like to. In fact, we've got fewer than 20 of this bundle now remaining in stock, and probably about 5 or 10 people in their basket as well. So if everyone was to check out, we'll be approaching single figures of availability. $12.95. Don't forget, at 9 AM tomorrow morning, if you were to buy this, it costs you £21.30, something like that. Okay, it looks to me like that is going to be a sellout deal, just based on how many people have got in their baskets. Although I have to say, thank you very much. Everyone is checking out now. Looks to me like that is going to be a sellout deal. As I say, we are now down to single figures of availability. So if you want to add that to your order, you need to act immediately to ensure that you can benefit from the wholesale saving and the ability to get all 4 gauges in that colour tone for $12.95. We're going to move on. Oh, now I like this. This is my metal of choice at the moment. I've been doing a little bit of chainmail. I'm up against it. I've agreed to create a chainmail design, you see, Tracey, for Valentine's Day.
Oh.
To show it off.
Very nice.
So I started at the weekend, but I do need to complete it by Saturday. I've got a deadline. For once, I've got a deadline on my jewellery design. I know, yeah. It's the first time I've ever had homework at JewelleryMaker. Well, actually, when I was the sales manager of the channel, pretty much had homework every night because it was non-stop. So this is a return for me to actually doing something when I get home and thinking about jewellery making. So I like this. So you've got your jump rings, basically. That's the reason I allude to it. They're 9mm in size. You get 20 of these. They're open jump rings. Rose gold plated sterling silver. I'm loving rose gold at the moment.
Stunning, yeah. They're all these sort of base colour tones. They're really, really beautiful.
I find it, I know that it has connotations with sort of feminine jewellery because of the pink hues and vintage jewellery and stuff, but I find it a great transitional metal. I think you can use it along with your silver, you can use it along with your yellow gold. It's not as harsh as the combination of silver and yellow gold, which some people shy away from. Certainly in chainmail it looks amazing. I think rose gold and yellow gold look beautiful together. Yeah,
Fantastic.
It's gorgeous. I mean, you've only got 20 jump rings here, so maybe this isn't for the chainmail designers, but you know, our resident designer Linda always says to me, you can't make jewellery without jump rings.
Absolutely, yeah. They're one of your very, very essential basics.
Right. So you're going to need to get these in stock. And this, we were talking before, we're getting excited about offering you sterling silver, rose gold plated sterling silver now. So this really is the creme de la creme, the best of the best. You get 20 of your 9mm jump rings, so they're quite sizable. And you've also got 40mm eye pins. And these are got the little open loop, the eye pins, and they are, you got 20 of those as well, yeah, so there you go. So you got 20 of your rose gold plated sterling silver eye pins, 20 of your 9mm jump rings, all in rose gold plated sterling silver. And as ever, producer Phil throws caution to the wind and gives us a wholesale price point for precious metals. Now, I was actually talking about this on the Late Show a couple of months ago, but I've actually read articles by some very influential people within the industry saying that if we were to take all of the available gold in the world, we wouldn't even fill an Olympic-sized swimming pool. And if you think about the kind of demands that are placed on this industry now, the whole world's financial markets are based on the tradings of these kind of things, aren't they? So the price for the raw material fluctuates every day, but the resource itself is heavily depleted. The only kind of ideal might be that we could find gold if we were to go and mine in regions that haven't been excavated, like talking about the South Pole, those kind of places, but they're protected, and I doubt we'd ever be given the chance. If we did, it'd be a hugely expensive task to actually go mining in the South Pole, so I can't see how it would really improve the situation anyway. So we are starting to think that gold is becoming a little bit of a depleted resource. We don't know, do we? We might find a load of gold tomorrow for all I know, but these are kind of projections that have been created by industry experts, and actually demands on these industries are increasing all the time, because it's not just the luxury jewellery market that relies on gold these days. I think the technology industries also rely on gold. They like to use them because they're not very reactive metals, so they like to use them on circuit boards, things like that. So who knows? Before too long, we might not have the opportunity to work with gold-plated items. We can bring it to you at essentially a wholesale price today, $11.95 for gold-plated sterling silver. Adds an incredible amount of value to your designs, of course, if you're working with a precious metal. We were talking before about 925 stones, about attracting attention to your designs. Imagine offering your customers rose gold-plated 925. So many different design opportunities. Fantastic neutral colour tone as well. That beautiful base tone of rose gold. Okay, we're going to leave that one with you at $11.95. We're going to move on. Where to, sorry? Oh yeah, I like this. This is a gemstone that gets a lot of people very excited, because again, it kind of ticks a lot of boxes for jewellery makers. The colour tone that it offers you can be seen as quite feminine if you draw on the kind of peachy pink hues. It can be seen as quite neutral if you play on more of the nude colours, if you like. And then of course you've got those gorgeous copper-like inclusions that give you this little golden glitter inside the gemstone. All three strands here are sunstone. Absolutely gorgeous. In fact, executive producer Martha gets very excited about sunstone. She says that she thinks Mother Nature's a bit of a flamboyant character, to be honest, because she's put all this glitter inside sunstone. And it's quite a nice way to think about it, really, isn't it? Because, we know that there are geological and gemological reasons why we have these inclusions, this glitter-like effect from the gemstone, the kind of increase in the copper content of the gemstone when it's forming provides you with that glitter tone. But when you actually think about it from a design point of view, can add so much. I'm going to use Tracey's word, bling, to your designs. We can bling it up with our three strands of sunstone here. The thing I love about this is, again, the variety of cuts and colour tones as a result. You've got the smaller nuggets here, which range in size from 2x1 to 10x1, 185 carats in total. Then you've got your faceted rounds, 8mm, so that's a bit more standardised for sort of classic beading, if you like. And then you've got the very sizable nuggets. They range in size from 3x13 to 23x6mm, so they give you more of that kind of catwalk drama, if you like. Over 400 carats on that particular strand, and we're about to take this under £10, £9.95. But all 3 strands of sunstone. The other great thing about getting a bundle that contains 3 strands of the same gemstone but in a variety of different cuts means that I suppose part of the design process is already dealt with. You're always going to be able to create very cohesive looks working with this particular bundle. So you've got over 750 carats of sunstone here for £9.95. That is absolutely incredible. That is a must-have bundle today. So if you've already got your order up and running, don't forget here at JewelleryMaker, 1 P&P per day of just £2.95. Maybe you were inspired by some of Deb's designs on the morning show, and you've got that order up and running. I would say this is the best way to benefit from your 1 P&P per day by taking advantage of a deal like this. £9.95 for 3 strands of sunstone. And don't forget, this is a little double strander, so it's almost like getting 4 strands for £9.95. Oh, She Shells, that's Sheila in Lancashire. She's a regular contributor. She texted in, so lovely meeting you at the weekend. Tracey, looking forward to seeing some more of your beautiful designs today. Big hi to my fave presenter, Ed, too. There you go, Sheila. So you were at a bit of an exhibition at the weekend.
I was, yes, and I met Sheila, so yes. Hello again.
There you go. I love the jewellery making community. Amazing. Oh, in fact, the message goes on to say, I have such a soft spot for sunstone and have made a gorgeous wirework tiara with some super glittery pieces like the chips there. Tell you what, Sheila, do you want a job? I could go home, really. That's amazing, isn't it? So I'm actually looking at these, and shall we have a look at that? Shall we have a little bit of a close-up on the glittery effect that you get from this? Look at that. Can you see that little golden glitter you find inside the gemstones? Actually, thinking about that, we're talking about those tiara designs. How well would the sunstone go with the antique bronze wire?
Beautiful.
It's a perfect combination, actually, isn't it?
It is. It's stunning.
Because you get the kind of golden tone coming through from the bronze wire, and then you get the same effect from the sunstone.
Well, they really complement each other, don't they?
They do.
Absolutely.
They're a match made in heaven. There you go. Sheila, thank you. That's a bit of inspiration from a member of our audience there to create the tiara design. Tiara is really popular at the moment. Or, of course, maybe kind of fascinators as we move into the spring season. There's going to be certain events, isn't there? I'm thinking about horse racing events, to be honest with you. Not many weeks now until sort of Cheltenham, Ascot at Easter time. So if you think about Ladies' Day, people might be looking for bespoke fascinators, things like that.
Totally, yeah. I live in a stone's throw of Beverley Racecourse. So,
oh, there you go.
Yeah. The Ladies' Day was an annual event. So
there you go. You see, I can hear from Tracey's accent that she would be a big fan of those kind of events. There's lots of racecourses around that region, aren't there? There you go. Okay, we are now approaching single figures of availability. In fact, there's 10 remaining, and there's more people who've got it in their basket than stock remaining. Another sellout deal. We do have a lot of deals coming up today that might be considered a little bit limited edition, so make sure you get on the phone lines as quickly as possible. Right now, we are going to bring you our first designer inspiration kit of the day. Easy for me to say, it's inspiration time. Welcome back to Design Inspiration Show. Time now for our first kit of the day, and this is all centered around the kind of items that you might choose to put alongside your silver clay. So if you're a silver clay artist, it's going to work perfectly, and trust me, when you see Tracey's designs, you're going to want to own this because her designs are so beautiful. Actually, you've kind of inspired me to see this in a certain way, because I'm actually looking at this, I'm thinking it goes through the seasons. kind of goes.
That's what I saw when I opened the packet. I saw, you know, summer and spring and winter, and yeah, I saw all the different seasons.
That's exactly what it's covered, isn't it? It's beautiful because you've got the warmer colour tones here. In fact, I'll take you through the strands quickly because there's already people flying in at jewellerymaker.com to take advantage of this deal. So we're looking now at these kind of warmer colour tones of your carnelian, 150 carats in fact. Then got your sunstone again. Oh, and those look beautiful together, don't they? Citrine, more of the kind of the sunshine looks, over 200 carats on that particular strand. And then have a look at this. Oh, is this what I think it is? Is that Larimar in a kit? Wow, some luxury gemstones are you having in your kit there? So you got Larimar. Oh, I like this. Bit of obsidian there, snowflake obsidian. Ah, is that shell? Ah, that's interesting because that's a really impressive variety. It's almost offering you kind of pearlescence from the nacre and the shell. That's gorgeous there, isn't it? There's more. There's more. I don't think my hand's going to be big enough for all these gemstones. It's a good job it's not one of the girls today. There you go. Then you got clear quartz. Oh, hello. Iolite. Wow, 290 carats of iolite. That's giving you some of the midnight blues. Beautiful. And then look at these for springtime greens in your chrysoprase. That's one of producer Phil's favourites. And then your serpentine, giving you more of the zesty colour tones there. That is just fantastic, isn't it? As I say, it's almost like going from autumn to winter to spring to summer. All in one collection. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 strands of gorgeous, genuine gemstone nuggets. This gives you more of that organic dynamic that we associate with the tumbled nuggets because of the variations in the size and the shapes of each gemstone. It gives you that beautiful organic feel to your designs. And here you've also got a rainbow spectrum of colour tones that I think takes you through the season, but it depends how you interpret it. You might choose to see this as just as a colour palette. Maybe you want to create more sort of colour blocking designs. You've got all of those design opportunities when you're looking at this collection of gemstones. And of course you've got very sought after gemstones here. Citrine, iolite, Larimar as part of this particular kit. And we have placed this alongside this metallic collection of beading thread. So you get 50 metres on each reel, and you've got kind of like a rose gold tone. I'll say like a yellow gold and then like an 18 karat gold, a copper and a silver. I think that's fair enough. Is that a fair reflection of the colour tones we're looking at? Yeah. There we go. So I think it is designed to be a metallic colour beading thread, and this is all of the more traditional metallic tones: the rose gold, yellow gold, kind of bright gold, silver and copper tone there, all along with 10 strands of gemstones. Once again, because these are the nugget strands, they're kind of twice the length of a traditional strand here at Jewellery Maker. It's almost like getting 20 strands of gemstones. In fact, you've got over 150 carats on every single strand, close to 290 carats on the iolite. The only strand which is a little bit more traditional is the Larimar, which is 50 carats. So there you go. So if you were to buy all of this individually, it'd be $43.45. Already hugely impressive for these kind of carat weights, this kind of design opportunity. But we're not going to stay there. We're going to take it down to $27.95. So should be $43.90. We've taken it down to $27.95. That works out at about £2.79 per strand for the nuggets, and then you can have your beading thread for free.
That's amazing, great value, isn't it?
Absolutely.
You're going to get so much out of that bundle, really are.
I mean, I'm looking at your designs and I'm thinking none of those designs are going to be selling for less than £30 anyway. But of course, you have the addition of the silver clay, which adds value to the piece. But you know, these nuggets for sort of traditional beaders are very, very impressive in terms of the amount of profit you can make. Of course, Mark Smith, our chips and nuggets expert, he works with these regularly with the memory coils of wire,
right.
and he basically says he can create 2 bracelet designs from each strand, at least 2, maybe sometimes even 3, and he just accents them with pearls throughout. He says they're his biggest seller, £15 to £20 per bracelet. So if you get 2 out of 1 strand, that means you can make your money back off of 1 of these strands.
Amazing value.
Incredible, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
And I think lots of people like to use these as accent stones as well. Much like we're going to have a look in your designs, they do add an extra dynamic to the piece, don't they? It gives you that kind of organic quality. £27.95 should be over £40. That's already some of the best value on the market. People are flying in for this one, as you'd expect, so do take advantage as quickly as possible. There's everything you're going to get. I'm just going to move all of those gemstones in my hands. Quite difficult, actually. We're going to move over and have a look what Tracey created. You're going to be so excited. So were you inspired when you got this kit then?
Yeah, indeed. Again, the chips, the colour combinations have just jumped out at me immediately. So yeah, it was what I wanted to do with them, and I had a good idea.
I love it. So you've put the sunstone, the carnelian, the citrine together here on this neckline piece.
That's right.
I love this
clasp.
central piece. It looks like a pendant, but you're going to show us the little trick, aren't you?
Can I take it off?
Yeah, go for it. Let's do it while we're talking about it.
And show you a little closer.
I love that you're so excited about this.
I am.
Because I am as well.
This looks like a pendant, but it's actually the clasp that opens and closes the piece.
I love it.
Now, this is open to all sorts of interpretation of stylising it in so many different ways. I've just kept it really simple today. So I've got the time to demonstrate it really.
Sure.
But yeah, for anybody that wants to do this, they can go on and customise this to their own designs as well.
Okay, cool. So it actually leaves it open to, you know, expressing your own personality within the silver work as well.
Completely, yes. And the second piece over here, it's the same mechanism for the clasp, it's just a completely different style.
So it's a different shape and,
different
feel to it. It's almost like a shield-like motif, isn't it? Which is actually very on trend, I hear. But it's got the same mechanics to it, so it'll open the same way.
Yeah, yeah.
I'll let you do it, because I don't want to damage any of your work.
So if I come here, so this is again the same thing, it just opens and closes.
And we were talking before about, you know, potential price points for nugget jewellery, but once you've added a motif like that, and also obviously it has a practical use, but what kind of price point would you normally look for?
I mean, these pieces I would put into a gallery for 60, 70 pounds at least.
Okay. Wow.
So yeah.
But then again, that amount of silver, and it's not even sterling silver. Sterling silver 925 is 92.5% pure silver. It's an alloy. But this is 99.9% pure silver with the silver clay, so it's actually, it offers you a little bit more value, really.
It really does, yes. Yeah.
Absolutely incredible. Yeah, so we're looking at about £70 for those kind of designs. Also, you've created this gorgeous design. I mean, that is quite contemporary look, actually, isn't it? You can imagine seeing that in a boutique window.
Yeah, the snowflake of obsidian is beautiful, isn't it?
It's gorgeous.
And the little findings that complement it as well.
Gorgeous, yeah. And then this piece is just spectacular. It is absolutely gorgeous. This is coming up in out of our next kit, isn't it, later on today?
Yes.
But I just wanted to show it because I love it so much. Okay, so with the nuggets kit, we've created this suite of jewellery. You've also got this gorgeous pair of earrings here with the chrysoprase. Look at that. That's gorgeous. And that, you know, not to detract from how beautiful the design is or anything, but that looks quite simple, really. You could easily achieve that, couldn't you?
Yeah. It doesn't have to be a complex piece to look stunning. You know, the stones are so beautiful on their own.
Yeah, I think
and just
so.
Graduating the colour as I did on those, that's what gives the interest.
Yeah, so very earthy colours, aren't they? It looks so natural.
Absolutely.
Absolutely beautiful. Okay, so which of the designs we're going to have?
Okay, we're going to start with the round one. This is the piece I'm going to demonstrate today. But as I say, you can stylise this to be all sorts of different shapes. So let me get started on this first of all. Now I used a series of circle cookie cutters for this because we need to cut out a series of little I call them washers, I guess, and kind of washers and a circle to create the centre. So let's get started on that straight away. Got my surface to work on, and just a little bit of balm on there to stop the clay from sticking. And I'll get started with my clay. Opening my clay up and getting it out the packet. Sometimes that can be the challenge.
Oh, right.
These little packets are...
Don't worry, I know. Last week on the show I tried to take the hammer out of the packaging and put the staple through my thumb.
Oh no!
Bleeding on air. So,
excellent.
yes, could only happen to me.
So keep this, all the bits that are in your paper, just leave that to dry and salvage that to your scrapbook later. So, oh, it's stuck to my hand. I'm going to roll it up and start to roll this out using my roller, and I'm rolling this 4 cards thick or 1 mil thick. So if you're a fan of using playing cards, you can use those.
They're coming up later in the show.
Or you can just as easily use these slats. So there you go. I'm going to roll that out nice and thin, so that's nice and even. And my first circle I'm going to cut here, and I need a smaller circle inside of it. Now this is where I kind of need my tweezers so I can centre it a little more. So there we go. Is that centred? I need to look on screen. I can't get my head over the top. So that kind of looks centred. So there we go. Press that through. So there's my first one. Now this is made, it's not quite perfect, but never mind. That's made 1 circle and the inner section of the clasp. I need another one now, so I'm going to use this cutter. Press that through. And because I didn't have a larger cutter, I'm going to use a stencil for this one. And again, if I just centre that up.
Ah, that's genius.
Okay, and use my needle tool to cut this out. Lift away my excess. Now I've written, oh, that's got to pull away. Don't do that. I've written all these sizes down and dimensions down on a piece of paper. Right. So we can add these to the Facebook page so everybody can see this later on. That's It'll be on my JewelleryMaker guest designer Facebook page. It's quite a mouthful, isn't it, to say?
It is.
So yeah, there's that one. I'm going to take the middle out of this because I don't need the middle.
Okay.
So just lift the middle away. There we go. And again, store that under my pot there, ready for later. Now these now need to dry, so I'm going to set those aside to dry. Now I've only made 2 of the washers I need at the moment. That's the larger one here and this one here, if you can see, and I've got the little centre, so I've still got this one to make. So I'm just going to set these to dry. I've got my little cup warmer here at the side of me, and that's going to dry them off. So I need to make this little one here now. So back to my cards, badger balm, and back to my little cookie cutters. So it's these 2 now to make that little washer. Get another piece of clay, and I'm going to roll this up in my hand. Make sure your clay is in nice, soft, pliable condition. It shouldn't be cracked or have any lines or flaws in it. If it does, you can go back and recondition it. So I've rolled that out nice and thin now, and now to cut it out with my 2 cookie cutters again. I'll get my tweezers once more so I can try and get this centred. Look at the monitor. Can I see that? That's just about, I think.
Yeah. I haven't got a straight on my head. So
when I'm working back at the studio, I get my head right over the top. The height of this table is difficult to do that. So there we go. Oh, that's not too bad.
That's pretty good. Pretty good.
That's not too bad.
Just at that juncture, I just will say, if you are interested in grabbing that kit, the Nuggets collection, which had 10 strands featuring citrine, larimar, carnelian, chrysoprase, iolite, there you go, you can see everything there. For $27.95, you do need to be come through with a little bit of urgency now. We're approaching limited availability. You also got your 5 reels of beading thread in the metallic tones. That's 0.38mm, but I think most people understand the beading thread, how it works. So you get the 5 metallic tones, and you get 10 strands of nuggets, luxury gemstones in there, such as iolite, larimar, citrine. You can see that beautiful graduation of colours, available for, well, less than £3 per strand, and your beading thread for free. Can't be beaten, so grab that while you can. Sorry to interrupt, Tracy.
That's all right. No, that's absolutely fine.
Sorry.
I just wanted to offer another alternative, really. If you haven't got the series of cutters, then you can get your compass out, back to your math days
your little math set.
of math set. As I say, I've got all the measurements here. I'll post those on, and you can cut it out in little paper templates.
Nice.
So just to show you.
I get in trouble, you see, because I think maths is cool, and nobody else thinks maths is cool.
Nobody else thinks maths is cool. Well, yeah.
I would love to get my maths out.
Do you?
Your little geometry set.
Your little geometry set.
I love it.
We all love a little bit of geometry. We've all played with a compass and
There you
things.
go.
People like maths when they don't think they do. Anyway.
I knew somebody was going to say that in the gallery. Somebody said, yeah, you know, boys can be naughty with compasses in classes, can't they? Because they hurt other boys.
Okay,
So naughty.
so I've rolled out my little bit of clay. This is the alternative. Rolled out my clay because I've cut out my little paper template. Roll over the top.
Ah, genius.
And you can use your needle tool. I just dip that in a little balm so that it glides through,
Nice.
and I can pick out the detail. Again, just dip it in balm as you, oops, I go way off the line there. All the way around. And just lift away the excess.
Is that as easy as you make it look? Yeah, it just feels
Do you want to try?
Okay, I'll have a go. Yeah.
Shall I?
Yeah.
Shall
You
we?
want me to?
Go on. Well, right, let's roll that one back up. And you can have to try.
Okay then.
Nothing like putting you on your spot, is
That's
there?
all right. That's all right. Okay.
I'll come and stand beside you. There you go.
All right.
So you roll that out first of all. Roll that. Lift and turn your clay. Just lift the little piece of
right,
clay
okay.
up,
Lift
turn
it
it
up, turn
round,
round.
about 90 degrees, there you go, and roll again. There we are. Now if you put that little piece of paper on top,
Okay.
and just roll over again with the roller, and it'll, because I've badger bombed the paper, it'll help it stick to the clay and
Sticks
won't,
to it. I see.
and then it won't travel around. Now with your needle tool, dip it in there, and if you hold that needle tool dead upright, there you go, and just travel all the way around gently. Don't have to press too hard.
Oh right, yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, hello.
Caught a bit.
I need to roll it. Do I need to roll it again? Will that help?
Yay, there we go. All the way around.
Oh no. What have I done wrong?
You haven't done anything wrong, you're all right. There we
Oh
go.
no. Well,
It's just holding that needle tool upright as you go round. There we go, and you're lifting it out.
oh yeah.
Yay!
I'll move it again now. And you've got there in the end, pretty much.
Yay,
Pretty
good.
much.
Okay.
Okay.
So, and if you make a mess of it, you just roll it back
Start
up
again.
and start again. That's the joy of working with clay. If it
Okay.
doesn't go right first time, you've got the opportunity to do it over and over.
Okay, no problem.
Brilliant. So once we've let those dry, here's my little blue Peter styling. Here's some I prepared earlier, so these are all now ready for taking on to the next stage.
We can actually give people the opportunity to add some clay to their collection. Lots of people still flying through for the nugget kit, so there is still some limited availability. If you want to add that to your order, just $27.95 for 10 strands. We're going to give you the larger packet of your silver clay. This is the 20-gram pack. And, well, you can see that it's actually a bonus pack, because it should be a 20-gram pack, but you've got 10% extra. It's 22 grams. They've made that point. So, you actually get 22 grams, I believe, according to the packaging, in quite large letters, 22 grams, but we've still classified it as a 20-gram pack. So the last time we brought this to you, It was $49.95, but that is no longer the price. $39.95.
Fantastic.
So there you go. I imagine you've had to purchase this in the past.
Just a few.
Yeah, $39.95. That's amazing value.
It is really good value for money. So yeah, and obviously the bonus packs are just so well. I know it's only 2 grams, but every little bit helps.
I suppose 2 grams, that could be like that could be a bale.
It could be a pair of earrings, to be honest.
Really?
Yeah, you could get a pair of earrings out of 2 grams.
There you go.
Doesn't sound like a lot, but it does go that far.
Yeah, it goes that little bit further. 22 grams for $39.95. The last time we had it on air here at JewelleryMaker, it was $49.95. We now obviously improved our buying processes and we're now able to give you this. Essentially would be a clearance deal any other time, but $39.95 for a 22 gram pack of your art clay silver. Okay, so shall we continue with Tracey's demonstration then, and you can add that to your order right now.
Excellent. Okay, so now we've got our pieces. These are all dried off. We're going to start to assemble these, and we want to assemble this kind of in a specific order. This is going to be obviously the center piece. This goes around it, and behind this we actually want this little washer, you know what I mean, behind it or in front of it. It's going to go like that. If you imagine we're working back to front now, so we're looking at it from behind.
Okay.
So this little washer is going to attach onto this section here. So in order to do that, I'm going to use a little bit of paste.
Okay.
Or slip, which is from my paste pot. So if I just dive down into my paste pot, get a little bit of slip or paste out, just pop that onto my mat in front of me here.
We will give everybody the opportunity to own the paste as well very soon.
And then I'm just going to put a little bit of slip all the way around this edge. Just take your time. All the way around that little rim there. And a little water on here as well. So when you join dry clay to dry clay, it needs a little water on one side and a little bit of slip on the other, and then we're going to join this onto here. And obviously you're trying to get that centered, so take your time, make sure it is completely centered, and I'll look at it from this side as well, so that'll give me a better idea of where I'm going. Now a little bit of clay has oozed out into here, so we need to tidy that up, and you can either do that with your paintbrush, or I'll just wick this off with my rubber tip. My rubber tip tool, just take away the excess. Sometimes you've got to wait a little longer for things to dry, so just tidy that up.
I always think, you know, this is, you know, it's about being a little bit more patient, but I suppose that gives you the opportunity to really think out your design and be a little bit more considered, I suppose.
Yeah, absolutely. When you're working with metal clay, you really have to plan in advance the processes you're going to go through. The clay really doesn't tolerate being played with.
Manipulated,
you know, unlike working with polymer, you can play with that and play with that and change your mind and all this sort of thing. As you open your clay packets here, you have to have a clear objective about what you're going to do. So carefully plan through your things. So I've joined that piece together there, and again I'm going to set that aside to dry before I carry on. So there we go.
I think lots of people recognising the value of that 22 gram pack at $39.95. In fact, probably about 50% of our buyers so far are multi-buying the pack. I didn't think there was any danger of selling out of that pack today, but it is flying out the door. So if you've got it in your basket, do start checking out. That's a price point that even we haven't offered you the previous time it was on air. It was $49.95, so amazing deal there.
Fantastic. So for this circle section, I need to take a little section out of the corner so that I can make it into the mechanism that's going to separate as a clasp. So again, here's my other one I prepared a little earlier. So I actually measured this as 1/3 and 2/3.
Right.
I've done that with protractor.
Nice.
Bit of geometry again.
You're speaking my language here.
Bit of geometry again. So I'm just going to use my craft knife to very gently start to score through where I've pencil marked that. And don't press too hard too quickly, just gently, gently, gently score through, and it will cut through gently as it goes. So if you press too hard here, there's a danger of the whole thing snapping. Now I haven't got quite the way through there just yet, but I'm going to move to this side and do the same thing. So just gently score and score and score. There we go, it's popped apart. So there's my 1/3 and 2/3 of my clasp. Now I'm just going to tidy up those two edges here with a file and here with a file. Not too much, it doesn't have to be overworked. Oops, pick this one up here and here. So there we go, I've got now these together. Okay, so the next stage is I'm going to pop this in here. This fits snugly inside, but I want to remove this section because I actually don't want that to stick.
Right.
If that makes sense. So what I'm going to do is put a little bit of slip or paste again, just onto the edge here, around the edge. Do it with a little bit of, it can be slip or it could be the syringe, whichever suits you.
Okay. And this is the little bit of paste that you're
Yeah,
adding.
that's a little bit of paste.
Well, at that juncture then we will give everybody the opportunity now to add the paste to their order. I will just say, if you've got the clay in your basket, do check out to avoid disappointment. And once again, we're going to give a little bit of savings. And the last time we saw it there, the paste was $29.95 for the 10 gram. It's now $20.95.
Fantastic.
Amazing opportunities to add the silver clay to your collection. So or last time it was on air, it was $29.95, but today down to $20.95. Amazing opportunity there for 10 grams, isn't it?
Indeed, good value.
Perfect.
Okay.
Oh, okay, the phone lines have lit up now for that particular deal. There you go, very exciting times with your silver clay paste. If you've got it in your basket, do check out. Only have a limited number of the paste available, so take advantage while you can. Just $20.95. Sorry, Tracey.
That's all right. Now, I'm going to put these aside to dry.
Okay.
I like to dry things quite regularly.
Okay.
And we've got a couple of more little component pieces to make. At the back of the clasp, we've got like a little bridge which will help it fasten, and we've got a couple of little eyelets which we're going to attach obviously the string into.
See?
So let me show you how we're going to achieve these next, this little bridge. And I'm using nothing more complicated than a lolly stick. Okay, so if I get my clay once more, I'll start to roll this out.
My son could help you
Could he?
create some of them, oh yeah.
Why?
He just loves lollies.
Has he got a favourite flavour?
Anything that's in the freezer, I suppose. Pretty much.
Okay, so we're going to roll the clay out once again to make this little bridge of clay. And then I'm going to take my tissue blade and I'm just going to cut myself a strip that's approximately 1/2 centimetre wide that way. So you can either get grid, some grid mats underneath you. I laminate little bits of graph paper sometimes and I cut on those so that I've got...
You got that at your maths book, didn't you?
Well, back to maths again, only. Bit of graph paper laminated, and sometimes I use
More
these to... Sorry.
I see, I'm going after Rachel Riley's jewellery. So I like all this maths talk, Tracey.
Yeah, there's a little bit of maths in it. This is because I trained as a pattern cutter.
So you use isometric like design paper all the time then. So
Yeah.
But this is a good way to approach a discipline like silver clay, isn't it? Be very organised and methodical. You know, it's an expensive raw material, really, isn't it?
It really
you want
is.
to get it right.
You can't waste a bit of it, you know. So you need to, as I say, plan ahead and know where you're going. So you can see I've just draped this over the lolly stick here, and this is going to create this little bridge. So I'm just going to trim off either side, here and here, and just make sure that you tuck those edges in so that the bridge lands, if you like, on either side. So it's got a start and a stopping point. It's not just hanging in midair. So tuck it in. All my little scraps I'll salvage. Pop that under my little pot there to keep them safe. So there's my little bridge to make the connector work. Okay.
Brilliant.
I also need to make these little guys. These are the little pieces that are going to sit on the back when we're going to thread our bead wire through. Okay, and again these are just done on the lolly stick again, so if I just pop that to one side.
Should we have a look at those little connectors just on the back of the
pendant? Yeah, if you want to see
there?
the back of it. Yeah.
So this is just how you connect the neckline piece to...
That'll show you all the kind of the mechanism and how it works, really. So,
fantastic.
So there you go. All right, so let's get some more clay out again. A little bit of clay. These are only tiny. So I roll my clay up. Make sure your clay's in good condition before you roll it out. If you're working with dry, cracked clay, then it's going to be problematic. So if you're having trouble with it, get it back in a bit of cling film, spritz it with a bit of water and massage it in the cling film.
Right, okay.
And that way your clay will...
So you can bring it back to life, sort of thing,
absolutely,
isn't it?
yeah.
Okay.
No. So I'm going to cut, again, another couple of little strips. I'm just kind of getting this at the moment. A little strips like this, and again you can go to your graph paper to get more accurate. You're laughing at me.
I'm not laughing at you. You're taking the mickey out of me for my love of maths. I love it.
Okay, so I'm badger balming my little lolly stick, and I'm going to lift these. I've got 3 little strips. I only need 2 actually. So let's just lift that one away. Use these 2. Lift it up. And I'm just going to drape it over my little lolly stick. Now if your clay is really dry at this stage, as you do that it would just crack, so it's quite important that your clay is in really nice condition. And now I'm just
is that more integral to what you're doing when you're creating more delicate pieces? So because they're smaller, would it be more difficult, or is that any clay? Well, whatever stage you're working at with your metal clay, it's really important that it's in a good condition, because
if it starts to crack, then what you see is what you get, and that's not attractive, really.
Absolutely.
So it's really important you look after your clay.
This is kind of high-end jewellery design, isn't it? Working with silver clay, so you want it to be perfect, really.
Absolutely. Yeah. So you can see you've got little pieces there draped over the lolly stick, and they're going to again be set aside to dry, so that I end up with my two little pieces like this, and my little bridge that is going to sit across the back.
Fantastic.
All right.
Yeah.
So I'll pop that to one side. All right. So starting to assemble the piece. So this is now dried. I'm going to turn this upside down this way, and I actually want to sit this on here. Can't pick it up. Sit this little piece on here because that's where it's going to go, but it kind of wants to fall down. Right. So I've just taken a few little pieces of card just to prop it up underneath so it stays where it should be.
This is where it starts to take shape, really, because what we're creating is a practical mechanism. You've gone for these shapes, but you could create any shape, presumably within your pendant, if you wanted to make stars, or maybe you're making a piece for your soulmate. It could be your heart. There you go. You've got your teardrop, your triangle. For example, we have got the cutter pack here, and anybody who works within the clays, whether it is polymer clay or silver clay, seems to get very excited about this cutter selection. I don't know if it's the variety of cutters or the size of the cutters, but certainly when I speak to Debbie Bolford, our polymer clay artist, she's very excited about this. She just says you can't find anything like this on the market.
There's such a variety of shapes there, so yeah, it really is so useful.
And of course, you do get a little blade as a result, don't you? Because you can cut with any of these cutters using those shapes, and you do get these blades with it. So these are the 3 cutting blades. They do come with the guard, so that keeps it nice and safe, doesn't it? And you've been using your blade to cut out all of those pieces, so you get the cutters and the blades today as a little selection, really. We've put it together, we've bundled it together so we can give you a wholesale price point. Wow, and it's an add it to your order deal. Now, as I say, Debbie Wilford gets very excited about the cutters at the best of times, but when we're putting them together with the blades, $7.95.
Fantastic.
That's amazing. If you look to some of the traditional hobby shops or even the independent hobby shops, you could be paying that for one blade to get your 3-pack blades and your 12-piece cutter set for $7.95. That's a no-brainer, isn't it?
It's brilliant.
That's perfect. Actually, do you know what? I've seen these cutter selections being used by other crafters as well for card making and cake decorating, things like that, because the sizes are so versatile. $7.95 is your price point for the cutting blades and the 12 cutter set. There you go, and add it to your order price essentially. We're going to move on.
Excellent. So back to our clasp. I'm just going to mark a few things here. I've just got a pencil. You can see this is the break point here. I'm going to mark a little line here at the back, and opposite it, I do want to measure it. I would take a little bit more time and measure this and put a little pencil mark there as well. Okay, now these little guys, one is going to sit around here and this one is going to sit around here, and this little bridge is going to sit like this. So this all needs to get connected, but before we actually sit this together, stick all this together, there's one little section we need to do, and that's to take a little bite out of here so that the mechanism, so the little mechanism works. And this is where I take a little file, and I'm just going to file where I've marked that in pencil. So I'm marking in and filing in like a little indent, and that little indent will actually go as far as that rim. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Hopefully. So making that little indent there, just tap off my excess. The opposite side, I'm filing again. Tap, tap. So it's a little bit like a bayonet fitting, you know what I mean? You kind of need the room to slot the piece through and then turn it.
Okay.
There we are. So now we've made that little indent, we're ready for actually assembling this together. So I prop my bits of card underneath just to stop that falling down. To assemble this, it wants to move around. Keep hold of it. I'm going to join these by using a little bit of my paste and slip again. So if I get my paste pot, get a little bit of paste out. Oh, that's rather a lot, but never mind.
Well, you could control that using the syringe.
Yes, you could do it with the syringe too. Yes.
Actually, the Teflon sheets that you're using as the base there, we have managed to find those, and they're available on our website. I think they're £1 or something like that. Is that right?
They're incredibly good value.
£1 for 10.
Fantastic.
So again, the details for that are available at the bottom of the screen now if you wanted to grab those Teflon sheets. So again, sorry. JJGC30 is the code you need, but details are available at the bottom of the screen. And yes, so as we're about to show you how to attach these, you could use the syringe. Shall we make the syringe available to everybody now? Here we go. So this has been the perfect demonstration because we've got all of the items you need, and just as Tracey's using them, we can show you.
Hey presto. It's just like magic, isn't it?
Yeah, it's almost like it was all planned out.
It was strange that.
So here come details for your syringe. You do get, am I right in thinking?
It's 10 grams.
There's 10 grams in there, yeah, that's what I thought. So you get another 10 grams of your silver there as part of the syringe package as well. So let's have a look at our price point then. Oh, the price has been reduced on this as well. So it was $29.95, but it's now down to $24.95.
Very good.
Amazing value. So we've taken £10 off the original larger pack, despite the fact that you get 10% more now. Very odd thing to do. So yeah, you get 22 grams of that for $39.95, or you can have the syringe, which has 10 grams. That's been taken down from $29.95 down to $24.95. And we also brought you the little paste solution, didn't we? And that had been reduced as well from down to $20.95, from $29.95 to $20.95. Yeah, that's right. There you go. And we brought you a 10 collection of nugget gemstones for $27.95, along with the metallic beading thread. So amazing price point so far today. There you go. Yeah, the syringe available. There you go. Everything you want in terms of gemstones for just $27.95, and the syringe is now available for $24.95. Okay. Sorry, Tracey, I keep interrupting your demonstration.
No, that's absolutely fine. So now we've got this almost ready to attach the little elements here, these little clasps. So I'll pick this up with my tweezers because my fingers are too chunky, and I will dip it in that little bit of slip there, paste, and you can see I've already put like a drop of water where I'm going to position these. So that will go on there, and then I'll hold this down. Just hold it for a count of about 30 seconds normally.
How much pressure can you apply? Now it's difficult to equate how much
not
pressure.
Not a lot,
yeah,
actually.
You don't need too much, but just hold it in place.
Yeah, it's
so
just holding it, it's not pressing it.
Right. Okay.
So again, just hold. And I would leave these to dry, and then once they've completely dried, I would go back and add a little bit more slip or paste just to really get them secured in place. Okay. Yeah, just to add a little bit more belt and braces, if you like.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like it.
And I'm going to do the same thing with this. So pick up a little bit of slip, and this is going to attach. So this edge attaches just to the section here, which is obviously that third. And this side will get attached to the centre, to the little centre section.
You can see that on the finished product here, actually, just where it's attached there.
Okay, so that's where all that gets attached and fixed in place.
Did you want to see that on the finished product? So there you go.
And again, I would leave that to dry, and I would go back and kind of do a little bit more belt and braces just to get it really tight and secure. Cool. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Makes
Once
sense.
that's all really firm and tight, then you can start to test the mechanism, whether it kind of opens and closes. Now, all I will say is you've got to take extreme care at doing this. Do not force anything,
right?
Because it will pop. So you've just got to be really, really, really gentle. And there might be a little bit of minor adjustment needed to those two little indents.
Right.
You might need to file them out just a tiny bit more.
Because you want it to be sort of a free clasp that will open rather than having to struggle with it all the time. I see.
Yeah, exactly.
You don't want to damage it at this point.
So once this is dried, as I say, you can go back and do all your belt and braces checking. Now I added some embellishment onto the front of this, and I did that with some syringe. So if I can just pop all that to one side, I'll show you how I did the syringe embellishments stuff. I'm going to use this one that was kind of been drying out.
Okay.
That's all right. I'll just pop all those to one side while I come to this. There's a lot of detail over it. The centre section is just completely plain, so I've left that totally as it is. I love
that. It looks so decadent, doesn't it? That lovely little slab of silver.
Yeah, again, it's the contrast of something that's rough and something that's smooth, and it gives you a real interest. So I'm just going to add some syringe detail onto this. I know this is a solid piece, but you would still, maybe I can do this. Hang on. Let's do it on this piece because this bit is a bit more realistic. Okay, so you will need to find a way of propping your piece. I know by this time it'll have those little sections on the back.
Sure.
So by using a little bits of card or a little bit of cotton wool, sit it on a piece of cotton wool or something like that, so you can accommodate it. So you've got it nice and level. I hope that makes sense.
Yeah.
Now with the syringe, I'm going to start to syringe all the way around the outside, so from the inside out like this. Now I like to hold my syringe like a dagger.
Right.
I don't like this. If I show you. So my thumb is doing the pressing here, and my fingers are wrapped around the whole thing.
Okay,
I know some people like to hold it like this, which I find really difficult because the whole thing kind of wobbles around.
Okay. So you
So
find more
I find I've got a more
comfortable,
secure
more
grip
security with that.
when I hold it like this.
Okay.
Okay.
Good tip.
So to start my syringe work, I'm going to squeeze. Hopefully you can see it starting to come out.
Yeah.
Touch down and let the syringe just flow. I'm not dragging the tip over the top, and then I just swipe it down. So squeeze, touch down, let it flow, and then I kind of swipe it down. Squeeze, touch down, and I just keep going.
Let it flow. Let it flow. Couldn't resist it.
Hey, you've got a little boy, haven't you? Is he into all that as well?
No, we went to see Big Hero 6 yesterday. It's amazing. And I knew low. I cried at a kids movie.
No. No.
I'm an emotional kind of fellow.
Oh.
Lots of people have been messaging in for you, Tracy.
Oh,
I have
good.
to say.
So continue to do this all the way round. Show you. Okay, and then again, once I've done one layer, I would go and do the base layer here, and if necessary, fill in a few gaps.
Okay.
So you just keep building it up and building it up all the way around. Does that make sense?
It does, in fact.
And then make sure everything's belt and braces dry, and I
Okay.
would go back in and do a little bit of tidying up with some files or some papers just around the edges here and inside here, just to tidy all those. They're like little frayed ends, aren't they?
They are. You're saying there, you know, does it make sense? Well, Jenny has texted in to say that you make it look so easy. Well,
Well, hopefully I've inspired some people to have a go.
oh,
Really.
in fact, Jenny's gone to 2 of the silver clay workshops that you've ran here at JM. She
Excellent.
says great courses and they're such fun. There you go. If you want to get involved with any of those, have you got any coming up very soon?
Yes, I have. I've got 2 workshops coming up. On the 25th of February, I'm doing the introduction to silver clay.
Oh, great.
And then on the 25th of March, I'm doing the cocktail rings.
Oh,
So,
okay. That's going to be a popular one, I suggest.
Yeah, they were beautiful, and everybody that made the rings had a wonderful time. We had a
Yeah.
wonderful day doing that.
The quality
yeah.
of the jewellery is amazing. 'Cause I did see some of the pieces that people put on Facebook, you know, when they got home. So yeah, it's amazing. There you go. Everyone was having fun.
Yeah, we had a great day.
And the workshop itself. Somebody else has texted in. Is it Michelle, who's also texted in to say Tracy's an absolute genius. The clasp pendants are a fantastic idea. I know what I'm going to be doing tomorrow. There you go. So inspired already, Michelle.
Thanks, Michelle.
And Sally says, first time I've watched JM, especially to see a designer. Tracy's pieces are beautiful. So there you go. Tuned in just for you, Tracy.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
And, you've already inspired lots of people to have a go at this particular design.
Brilliant.
Which one's it? Yeah, we've got the 10-gram pack as well. So this is, how much would you say you've used in this actual design then?
This must weigh around about 12 to 15 grams,
Okay.
this piece, by the time it's complete.
So maybe if you've got a little bit left over and all you need is a further 10 grams, this will be perfect for you.
Absolutely.
Or you were saying before, you know, you could create a pair of earrings using roughly 2 grams. So you could get nearly 5 pairs of earrings out of this pack, couldn't you?
Good.
Amazing. As always, we're going to give you the best value on the market that we're aware of. This is just $21.95 for your 10-gram pack. If you want to add that to your order, if you want to take advantage of that deal, then don't hesitate to dial our free phone number. You're only investing your time on the phone lines, of course, with it being an 0800 number. And if you're shopping at JewelleryMaker.com, which lots of our lovely customers like to do, then do make sure that you're checking out your baskets. Otherwise, you can miss out on that deal. We're going to leave that one with you at $21.95. Lots of people taking advantage of the silver clay offers today. I'm not surprised, really. We had the 20-gram pack before for just $39.95. That's been $49.95 in the past, but today just $39.95. And you get the bonus 10% as well, so you get 22 grams for that price as well. Amazing. So, what's that? Did we cover all of those items?
Yeah.
Brilliant, there we go. But we also brought you the cutters and the blades, of course. They were just $7.95 for both of those. That was amazing. So you're going to need your cutters. You could recreate this in any of the shapes you wanted to, couldn't you? You could do a little heart-shaped clasp or whatever.
You can indeed. The only thing you need to consider is using the widest point of the shape to create these little indents for the bayonet fitting.
Okay.
So whatever shape you're using, you need to find the widest point, and that's where you need your little indents to go. But otherwise, you can adapt this to so many different shapes and styles and themes, and customize this in whatever way you want to. Hopefully that's just shown you the basics of the mechanism itself. So yeah, and when you complete it, it dries one final time, and then you're going to take it to fire. Right. So whether you're firing with a torch or on your gas hob, or if you're lucky enough to have a kiln, then you're ready for firing.
Brilliant. And then all you got to do you normally buff it?
Good old polish. Polishing can begin with wire brushing, and then I would go on and use there's polishing wheels and sanding grits or tumblers. There's all sorts of things you can use to polish this. I think maybe we need a polishing special.
Polishing special. I would love that.
That would be all about finishing your pieces. Yes.
Okay, so in fact, I've just had this amazing. Are we going to do this now, Phil? Oh, there we go. Phil's come out on floor. He's graced with his presence to bring you this. So I suppose all of that's going to be dealt with in the Finishing Touches DVD.
Yeah.
There we go. So Finishing Touches and Metal Clay DVDs as part of this bundle. So if you've been watching this and thinking, I'm definitely going to re-watch that, I'm going to do this with a little bit more detail, we do have some of the DVDs we put together in the past, and that will take you through some of the more basic techniques, and then of course the Finishing Touches DVD is available there as well. 60 minutes of tutorage on both of those DVDs, so you've got 2 DVDs. Now we talked earlier about the idea of using the playing cards to determine the thickness of the clay that you want to work with. We've got your playing cards there for you. And, oh, hello, sorry. And then we've also got the acrylic roller set, which we've used heavily throughout. Yep. Even I've had a go at rolling the clay out, so there you go. So these are hugely popular, I know that for a fact.
Good roller.
Great roller, there you go. So you've got your roller, 2 DVDs and your playing card. Hold on a minute, it's already $10.90. But that's not right anyway, aren't the DVDs $4.95 each? Oh, I see, okay. Well, there you go. Amazing value already. We're not staying at $10.90 anyway. Add it to your order price, $7.95.
Fantastic.
So even if you tend to favour other disciplines, like tomorrow we've got polymer clay, for example. The acrylic rollers are perfect for that as well, aren't they? So this is the Finishing Touches DVD. Take you through maybe some of those polishing techniques. We might try and put together a little special if that suits. Oh, hello. The phone line's going in the gallery. I told you it was too low, Phil. $7.95. Oh, someone's getting in trouble. It's not me, thankfully, because I'm on TV. Tracey will stay out of it. Amazing value, just $7.95 for the rollers and the DVDs and the playing cards. Incredible deal. Tell you what, lots of people are obsessed with collecting all the items, all the tools here at JewelleryMaker. The playing cards.
Well, the right tools really help.
Yeah, of course, just to determine the thickness. Obviously, you just count out how many cards you need and then roll to that thickness. Perfect.
Absolutely.
$7.95 for that particular deal. Now, we are going to go to a quick break. Thank you so much for your amazing demonstration, Tracey. So many people have been inspired. If you're watching at home thinking, I need to get to terms with a few more of those techniques, and you would like to attend Tracey's workshop, we are going to give you details of that in the break. So if you want to attend one of the workshops, we will give you details. Coming up after the break, however, we are going to be launching that premiere strand of aquamarine. It is absolutely out of this world. One of the most beautiful strands of aquamarine I think I've ever seen here at JewelleryMaker in terms of the colour saturation. The fact that you've got perfectly polished rounds, it is gorgeous. And we've even got more added to your order deals, storage deals, combined with bead scoops. Everyone's favourite, everybody loves the variety, getting a bead scoop. So those are coming up later in the show as well. The aquamarine coming up probably after the break. I'll discuss that with my producer. We'll be back in 2 minutes. Don't move a muscle, lots more to bring you.
Join our expert tutor Tracey Spurgeon, who will introduce you to the world of silver clay. She will guide you in how to use the tools, materials and equipment for handling and making jewellery using silver clay. You'll be taken through the basic techniques step by step to the completion of 2 pieces of fine silver jewellery. This course includes 20 grams of silver art clay, use of all relevant tools, a buffet-style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studios, meet the presenters and a visit to the Gemporia Museum. All of this for just £149.95. For more information, contact the call centre on 0800 644 655. JewelleryMaker, bringing out the designer in you.
Come and join guest designer Mark as he shares his passion for beautiful jewellery making with genuine gemstone chips and nuggets. You will learn various techniques including colour grading, how to triple plait, create stunning memory wire bracelets and earrings, as well as how to incorporate macrame into your designs. The full course includes a selection of gemstones, memory wire, threading materials and findings, use of all relevant tools, a buffet-style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studios and gemstone museum, and a chance to visit our shop. And all for just $79.95. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
Today I've been on Mark's Chips and Nuggets. It's been amazing. I've had a great day, I've got lots of nice things to take home, and it's not even over yet. And one thing that really impresses me is the value. I get a full set of gems, I get the wires. Mark's been really very, very helpful today. I don't have that much experience and I'm going away feeling very, very confident to have a go.
JewelleryMaker course gift vouchers are now available. You can choose from a bronze, silver or gold voucher. Each voucher is worth a different amount that entitles you to put towards a course of your choice. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. JewelleryMaker are proud to announce we are the winners of 8 Make and Sell Jewellery Awards of 2014. We are happy to be the winners of the Best UK Supplier, Best Semi-Precious Supplier, Best Jewellery Making Website, Best Jewellery Making Kit, Best Jewellery Making Workshop Provider, Best for Jewellery Making Tools, Best Bead Brand and Best TV Programme. We would like to thank all of our customers for making this possible and thank you for your continued support.
Welcome back to the Designer Inspiration Show here on JewelleryMaker. We've already seen some incredible inspiration from Tracey, fantastic demo of how to use your silver clay, and lots of people showing a great amount of interest. I have to make you aware of a few of the luxury gemstone strands we have coming up before 5 PM. Now coming up in the next half an hour or so, I've got this gorgeous strand of aquamarine. It is exceptional. One of the highest quality strands of this member of the beryl family I think I've ever seen. Beautiful aquamarine. It's coming up very, very soon. We're looking at 250 carats. They're 10mm polished rounds of gorgeous aquamarine. Beautiful colour tone. March's birthstone coming up in the next half an hour or so. My presenter pick coming up at 4 PM today. 3 of the big 4 on one strand. Ruby, sapphires and emeralds in perfect harmony on one strand. Limited edition strands these are of the aquamarine, and 3 of the big 4. Wow, look at that. That is coming up at around about 4 PM. So don't forget, aquamarine coming up within the next half an hour. Very, very exciting times. But first of all, how about this? And add it to your order deal. Every jewellery maker needs to get hold of this collection. You get 2 individual bead scoops, and these are the red and purple colour tones, so you get a lot of feminine shades in there as well. You get the pinks and the beautiful lavender tones, but you also get the purples, the reds, almost the terracotta tones as well. So again, kind of takes you through the seasons within that little spectrum of reds and pinks and purples. Absolutely fantastic. So you get 2 of your little bead scoops there, and you get your storage pots, and you get 2 5 packs of your storage pots. There you go, those are upside down. So 2 5, so you get 10 of those. Basically, you could just colour graduate out your bead scoops using your pots, couldn't you? That would be like Mark Smith's idea of a dream morning, wouldn't it? Just colour graduate in the stands. He won't mind me saying that. He's told me before he'd quite like to do that. He'd quite like to just colour graduate his strands. Beautiful bead scoops here. So as you say, you get the pinks and the purples and the pinks. I will say, huge numbers of people already flying through to get hold of this deal, placing it in their basket. You need to be checking out, because now we've also created a bit of a queue on our free phone number. Don't panic, you're only investing time on the phone lines. $11.95, and you get your 10 individual stacker pots, and you get 2 individual bead scoops there. That's amazing. That is some of the best value I think I've ever seen. The bead scoops, I have to say, are one of the most popular items that I see people invested in when they do attend the workshops, aren't they, Tracey? Just saying about coming down to your silver clay workshops.
Yeah. The last workshop I did, there was one lady who kept going back. I'm down, I'm back, several times over. Yeah, she was having a wonderful time.
There you go. I suppose it's the variety, isn't it? And just getting something for every design scenario. You get beautiful spectrum of colour, lots of different shapes and sizes of gemstones to work with. It's all in there within your bead scoops, and you get 2 of them as part of this bundle with your stacker pots, your little storage pots. Storage solutions at the moment tend to be extremely popular. Should be $11.95. But we want to give everybody a deal, so we're going even lower. We're taking it down today until 9 AM tomorrow morning, or more likely while stocks last. $9.95. What on earth is going on in there, producer Phil? Told you, he doesn't let us down. He wants to make these kind of items as accessible as possible. We've got huge numbers of people tuning in today to be inspired by Tracey's beautiful silver clay items. $9.95 for 10 of your stacker storage pots and 2 bead scoops for £10. What's that all about? Normally the bead scoops alone are $4.95 each. So it's basically like getting the stacker pots for free. And what am I off there? A couple of pence off. I'm sure people let me off that. Yeah, okay, a penny each for your stacker pots then. $9.95 for the entire deal there. Yeah, 2.5 pence per thing. That's what I thought it was. Yeah, so 2.5 pence per stacker pot there. $9.95. Now all of a sudden people are waking up. People are coming through to get 2s and 3s of this particular deal. That's the way to do it. $9.95. Me? He's saying that I have to colour graduate a bit. No, I'm joking. They like winding me up in there, don't they? By size as well. Actually, that would be quite useful though, wouldn't it? If you had all the 6mm, all the 8mm, all the 10mm in your different pots. Storage solutions, very, very popular at the moment. I don't know if it's just that people are just getting in trouble a lot. So can you pick up all these gemstones and wire and silver clay? Or maybe it's just people have had a new lease of life in 2015 and they want to be more organised. I suppose if you are a silver clay artist, you'll always have to be quite methodical, or do you find that your workshop gets a bit messy?
It usually ends up messy, and then I have to have a day where I kind of blitz down the table and everything, every work surface. I spread out so much that I can't spread out anymore, so then it just has to have a day of tidying up.
You have to get it tidy so you can start a new project before you just sort of living in the mess. We've had a text come through from Anna. It says, "Hi Tracy and Ed, what a beautiful jewellery selection. Tracy, any chance of cufflinks next designer inspiration?"
Ooh, thanks Anna. Well, good idea. Let's see what we can do for next time.
I've texted under the pseudonym of Anna there. I didn't really text me. Chrissy is also texting to say, "Hi Ed, please can you tell us if we would need to get the clasp hallmarked due to the weight?" That's a good question.
Hallmarking is by law important if you have any piece over 7.78 grams. So if you intend to sell your piece, whether that's through a shop, a gallery, at a craft fair, by any means, if you're just giving it away to friends and family, then it's not so important. But if you are intending to sell it, then yes, you will need to get everything hallmarked, and you can do that through the assay office.
Yeah. I think that I'm not sure that they refer to it at the assay office as hallmarking either, because I think hallmarking is more to do with registered trademarks as opposed to the silver weight. I think it has another name. I could be wrong about that. Anyway, contact the assay office if you put more than 8 grams of silver into your design, basically, or 7.
It's 7.78 grams.
It, yeah. So there you go. And we've got another message. It's from Lorraine. Lorraine, regular contributor. Lorraine should be happy today because I did some silver clay, and it says, "Tracy, you're amazing. Ed, you're really getting into these demos, which will inspire newbies. You rock." There you go. I thought Lorraine would be happy that I had a go. You see, she made me do some chainmail on her last week, which I'm more comfortable with. I do a little bit of chainmail, but that's probably my first.
Well, everyone's going to start somewhere, so you did really well.
There you go. That's good advice to anybody who's tuning today thinking, wow, that looks a bit intense. Have a go. You're only going to learn more about yourself as a jewellery designer if you are a bit more experimental.
Absolutely.
Put yourself out there.
And I'm here for the introduction to silver clay, so if you want to come along and I'll take you hand by hand.
There you go. So you lead us through the process. And with your workshop, is it quite introductory at the start, and then as the day goes on you sort of build up the skill level?
We've got 3 pieces to make during the course of the day, and I do take you step by step through each and every piece. My objective really is to get you to understand all the do's and don'ts and all the best things to do with metal clay, and take you through all the troubleshooting tips as well, so that when you go home you'll feel far more confident enough to carry on this all by yourself.
This is it. The best thing you can hear from people who've attended the workshops is that when they got home, you've had a full day of doing it, got home, couldn't wait to get stuck back in and do something else as well. So that's,
sure.
If you're feeling confident, that's what you can achieve, isn't it? Yeah.
Absolutely.
Amazing. Okay, huge numbers of people flying in for that. Probably got about 30, 40 people with that in their baskets. You need to start checking out. I'm expecting to see that sell out at $9.95 for 2 bead scoops and 10 individual stacker pots for your storage solution. We're now going to move on and give you this incredible deal on your nuggets. Now, we saw nuggets in the previous kit. This is a little bit different. This is a mega bundle. And yeah, of course I'm going to expose your mistake for, what do you expect? You just said you're going to tell everybody. Yes, I'm going to tell everybody. Now, from time to time, when you're putting together bundles, you think, right, I'm going to go for the ultimate value. I'm going to put 20 strands together. We used to have a little bit of a feature on the Late Show, which I used to present, which was a 20 mega strand bundle of gemstones. And this became a little bit of a bit of a brand of the Late Show, shall we say. But we ran out of nuggets to do it with because we were doing it too often. But Phil managed to I suppose, convince the management team that he should be allowed to do one for today's show. And he put it together, and then he named it the 20 strand bundle, only to realise he'd put 19 strands into his bundle. A little bit misleading if you call something a 20 strand bundle when you put 19 strands in, but of course that means you've still got virtually the same variety, but a lower price point. So there you go, because he's only put 19 in, and because I've exposed his mistake, he's going to give you incredible value. Now, I'm going to take you through all of these gemstones, although it's not going to be easy, and people do tend to fly in when we offer this kind of value. So I would definitely advise that you get on the phone lines earlier rather than later. You can always put the phone down, but if you miss it, you'll miss out. Beautiful amethyst. We're going to start with this month's birthstone, a real staple. And, hold on a second, here we go. Now we're talking my language. Tracey, do you know that I'm really girly when it comes to my gemstones? I don't just cry at movies. I also like pink gemstones.
Well, there's nothing wrong with that.
I'm in touch with my feminine side. That's the thing. So you get rose quartz there. Have a look at this. Beautiful carnelian. Wow, those are very, very large nuggets. Oh, bit of jasper here. Some more of the earthier colours there, the greens and the sort of mustard golden tones, the aubergine shades there as well. Lavender amethyst. These are in more sort of top-drilled droplet style nuggets, if you like. And then we've got your emerald greens coming through here. That's the green agate. Oh, hello. Everybody's favourite gemstone. Sorry, there's just so much carat weights over here. And now I'm a little bit restricted in my mobility. Here we go. We've also got labradorite. Okay. We've got well over, I think we've got well over 2,000 carats here. So, am I right in thinking we've got 2 strands of green agate? Yes, we do. We've got the smaller nuggets and the larger nuggets in your green agate. I love this combination so far of colours. Crackled quartz. Oh, that's kind of like the colour tones that we see in London blue topaz, actually, isn't it? Beautiful. That rich kind of midnight blue again. Red agate here. Actually, I'm just going to check something because yeah, so this is red agate. Amazing. Then have a look at this. Is this what I think it is? Is this the yellow agate? Yes, so we've got the yellow agate as well. Real vibrant colour tones as well here. Royal blue tones coming from your sodalite. Crazy lace agate. Well, there you go. I said we're going to have well over 2,000. We've got over 4,000 carats as part of this bundle. I'm only halfway. Already they're flying out the door, as you'd expect. Oh, am I right in thinking? I thought, yeah, that's obsidian. Amazing. I just saw the little golden schiller in the gemstone. That's amazing. So we've got black obsidian there. Another strand of labradorite. This collection is amazing. Ooh, more amethyst. That's got loads of beautiful pink hues coming through there. Oh, that will explain it then. It's pink amethyst. There you go. Up my street. Then you've got ocean jasper in the top drilled nuggets as well. Chrysoprase, undeniable from those apple greens. Now, is this? Yes, white magnesite. They're a little bit larger, those nuggets. They range from 10 by 8 to 15 by 12. You've actually got 400 carats in your magnesite there. And then you've got this prehnite as well, giving you those kind of lemon and lime hues. Now, that is amazing, isn't it?
Goodness.
No, do you know what? I can't lift this arm anyway, because I've torn my rotator cuff. And so I can only lift it up to my elbow anyway. So now I'm totally stranded. I can't move at all. So, should be £63. Amazing value. We said we'd give you amazing deal. £2 per strand. Intended to be, of course, $39.95, but we've taken it down to $37.95 because you've got 19 strands as opposed to 20. $37.95, the Nuggety collection. That's better than 20 strands because it would have been a little bit more. And, of course, you get a Nuggety collection instead. You've got chrysoprase, rose quartz, fancy jasper, lavender, amethyst. You've got the classic amethyst tones there. You can see those, beautiful. Black obsidian, labradorite, sodalite, pink amethyst, crazy lace agate, green agate, labradorite, ocean jasper, red agate, prehnite, green agate, white magnesite, multicoloured quartz, and yellow agate. Over 4,000 carats for less than £40. That is incredible. And the labradorescence that I'm seeing here is amazing because it's picking up on a lot of the colour tones within the bundle. So I'm seeing greens and blues and purples, even pink labradorescence coming through there. Can you see that? There we go. I'm catching some of that labradorescence now as well. Absolutely out as well. $37.95. Now the only drawback to putting together such a large collection of gemstones is, other than the weight for the postman, is that we are a little bit limited by how many we can put together. So it is a limited edition bundle. I mean, you wouldn't be surprised to see Mark coming through for this one, would you, when he has explained the amount of value that you can actually get out of a bundle like this, how much profitability is potentially available to you working with this. 19 strands of gorgeous nuggets, all very beautiful, very recognisable strands. $37.95. I've got nearly 20 people who have placed this in their baskets. I've got a queue on the free phone line. I will say I only started with 30 of these available, so I tried to make it kind of clear that by putting more items in the bundle, it does limit the amount of bundles we can create. So we're only able to put together 30 of these. I've probably got about 20 people that in their baskets. If you've got it in your basket, you need to start checking out, because as phone buyers start to come through, you are running the risk of missing out on this particular deal. $37.95 should be £63 this afternoon for this collection, so that is an amazing saving. Over £20 worth of saving, $22.95 you're saving in total, is that right? No. £25 and 5p, yeah, that's right, yeah. Well done, Ed. What's happened now that Tracey's here talking about maths? On mental arithmetic's gone kaput. Can't believe it. Okay, so half the stock's now been allocated. The other half of the stock is currently placed in people's baskets. But that means that until they are checked out, you can still add this to your order. I'm not trying to sort of stitch anybody up, but that is the way it works here at JewelleryMaker. Until they are guaranteed purchases, until you've checked out those baskets, they are still available. Here's my pal. Mark sits in and says, "Hi, Ed, Tracey. Wow, what a bundle. Have I missed the aquamarine?" Mark, it's like this show was put together for Mark. This nugget bundle's amazing. Mark, the aquamarine's coming up in about 5 or 10 minutes time. Don't panic. Mark loves his aquamarine at the moment. He said he would have voted for it as his favourite gemstone of 2014.
Stunning.
There you go. So Mark, that's coming up in about 10 minutes time. Tamara's texting in to say, "Hi all, I don't know whether to love or hate your producer. All these fab deals and bargains, and my bank card is saying no. Where's my credit card?" I usually go for hating Phil. No, I'm joking. You've got to love him. These prices should be £63 down to $37.95. He's just saved you £25. And of course, when you're shopping with us, it's 1 P&P per day. So if you've already taken advantage of any of the amazing deals that we've brought you, so I've got people multi-buying this. Really? Amazing. We've got more of these deals coming up. My Phil's just told me that my Phil, what's wrong with me? My producer Phil has just told me that he is going to continue to offer this kind of value. So I think you should just learn to love him. I'm embracing the idea of love and acceptance at the moment. I'm doing a lot of meditation, and I think that we should all love Phil because of his amazing prices. Okay, we've just saved you £25 on that deal. We're going to leave that one with you because it looks like it is going to be a sellout deal. And yes, as I say, I'm a bit one-handed. So painful. It's so painful. Okay, well, when you're lifting 4,000 carats of gemstones, you know, that's going to happen. Yes, the aquamarine that Mark alluded to there, he's watching at home. I'll tell you what, shall we do this right now? Let's do it now. We know Mark's watching. That's one down. Now, this is a limited edition strand. So we're only starting. Okay, we started with 50. We're down to 49. We know that much. Mark's definitely going to be buying it. 150 carats of aquamarine. This is such a luxurious gemstone at the best of times, but I don't think we've seen anything this consistent in terms of its colour, in terms of the polished rounds that we're looking at here, 10mm rounds. I mean, there's just value being added to your designs left, right and centre with this particular strand. 250 carats. This is March's birthstone. Of course, that's a big consideration if you're selling your designs. People more often than not do have that personal association with their birthstone. What's your birthstone, Tracey?
Can I say I don't know?
When's your birthday?
April. I'm an April birthday.
Oh, diamonds.
Diamonds.
No messing
Diamonds are
around.
a girl's best friend.
They are. Or is aquamarine a girl's best friend when you're looking at this kind of colour tone? 250 carats. Phil's having a rant about the fact that our best friend is dogs and women's best friends are diamonds. Well, I've heard it made many times, but diamonds last forever. Dogs don't always last forever. People. Diamonds don't lick your face. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Well, we're focusing on March's birthstone, which is beautiful aquamarine. 10mm rounds, 250 carats. And the key thing for me with this particular strand is the consistency. Consistent in terms of its colour saturation. Consistent in terms of those beautiful polished rounds. We've seen aquamarine nuggets in the past, for example. Or even when we have the faceted sort of briolette cuts, there tends to be variations in the colour tones, so we see more of the green hues or even more of the transparency. These are all that gorgeous powder blue, that sky blue tone, which is what we traditionally associate with aquamarine. This is a kind of Santa Maria aquamarine colour tone, and we're no longer able to source that particular variety. That comes from one region in Brazil, funnily enough. It's called Santa Maria, but we have depleted that resource now. But when I first started with the company, when I was a producer on Gems TV, we used to actually have quite a lot of sizable carat weights in Santa Maria aquamarine. I can tell you, they generally used to sell for around about 4-figure sums. So that's how prestigious aquamarine is when you're looking at this colour tone. I think one of the key considerations for people when they are creating jewellery design is consistency, certainly from a luxury point of view. I know that for jewellery makers, a lot of time the variations help to inspire the design process, but when you start to scale up, when you start to look at elite jewellery designers, they want consistency. They want consistency in the cut, in the colour, and that's exactly what you've got here. 250 carats of beautiful aquamarine, some of the most consistent colour saturation I've ever seen in aquamarine, and not just here at JewelleryMaker, also from our sister channel. There you go. Lorraine, regular contributor, has texted in to say aquamarine is my birthstone and she'd rather have that as diamond. She loves the variations. There you go. This is the interesting thing, isn't it? I think it's quite a key thing, because the thing is, if everybody was interested in the same kind of ideals about what we buy, and certainly in terms of luxury items, we'd all own the same thing. And I think that when you're creating your own personal jewellery designs, that is one of the driving factors to create bespoke items, to create one-of-a-kind pieces. Would you go along with that, Tracey?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, yeah.
Do you find that a lot of the people who maybe, you know, commission designs from you, for example, that's their kind of driving factor? They want to know that no one else will own that piece.
Yeah, they certainly want something totally unique, and yeah, there's nothing more than a handmade piece. You know, nothing more desirable, really.
Absolutely. You know, it kind of screams luxury, doesn't it, when you know no one else can possibly own it. This is the, you know, when you start to think about, you know, royalty or, you know, very wealthy people, this is what they do, don't they? They shut down the boutique windows on Bond Street, and they get the personal viewings knowing that it's one of a kind. You can actually offer your customers that exact same experience, can't you? You can actually allow them to be part of the design process, but you do need Mother Nature's creations to do that. Now, I would say if you're investing in this particular strand of gorgeous aquamarine, why not add your authenticity card to your purchase? You can just print it off, can't you, if you're shopping online, but if you want the laminated variety, I think it's a 50p inclusion on the purchase. You can speak to a member of the help team if you want to add that to your order. And right now we are able to bring you what I consider to be one of the most consistent strands of aquamarine in terms of the size and the colour saturation for $64.95, and that is the intended price for this strand. So congratulations to Janice Kathleen Frankie, guest designer down the road, already grabbing this one. People who can see the value in working with luxury gemstones. But until 9 AM tomorrow morning, we are going to give you an exclusive launch price, a little treat for everybody who came in early, or the next sort of 20 people to get on the phone lines. We're giving you £5 back in your pocket, $59.95, an exclusive launch price for a luxury strand of aquamarine. Some of the most beautiful colour saturation you're ever likely to see in this gemstone. And it is a luxury gemstone, sort of been sold by some of the more elite jewellery designers in the world. In fact, of course, it does keep good company because it comes from the beryl family, and so it has those strong associations with its sister stones of morganite and emerald. Quite an exclusive gemstone family to be part of, I suppose. The only gemstone family named after the chemical composition of the gemstone. Yes, it's aluminium, beryllium. Anyway, it's still called beryl as a result. So there you go. Pretty soon I'll be able to say that word. I'm about to do my gemological qualifications through the company. So, wow. Okay, these are flying out the door, and I've got probably about 10 people that in their baskets as well. It is a limited edition strand. I don't want anybody to miss out on this opportunity of owning some of the most high quality and prestigious aquamarine I think I've ever seen here at JewelleryMaker. Just $59.95, and I think you know, if Fleur was here, she would describe this as a Bobby Dazzler. She would say this is a strand that pays for itself, and that's, I suppose, because
absolutely true.
You know, the value it adds to your designs helps you to achieve the price points, and therefore, you know, it's not such a risk, if you like. Some gemstones you might think, oh well, what am I going to do with that? I mean, you could just simply restrand this, couldn't you?
Yeah, completely. You can sell that just as a standalone, all by itself, or break it down into, you know, single pairs of earrings and get you know, phenomenal price for
I like
pairs
that.
of
So
earrings.
what kind of price point would we be looking at for a pair of aquamarine earrings? I mean, they're sizable carat weights, aren't they?
They certainly are. I mean, you know, something like that as earrings. There's a gallery I put a few of my pieces in, and I know they would easily sell for £75 in the gallery as a pair of earrings.
Pair of earrings. Okay, wow. So that is Tracey's experience of selling her designs to that specific location. So £75 for those earrings. I mean, so you make profit off 2 gemstones essentially. I know that there's a lot of people out there who do sell in more regional locations, and so they might think that that is a little bit less achievable from their point of view. Now Norma has texted in to say, can we have some pearls to go with it? I was just, so funny, Norma, it's like you read my mind. I was going to say, they can imagine this going into a Jan design, where just alternating between the aquamarine and the pearls. Oh, now I like this. What I was actually going to say was, if you were going to sell these in more regional sort of craft fairs, maybe in your village hall or something like that, you might think, I'm not going to achieve £75, it's unachievable. And I understand that. I don't want you to think that we don't listen to you when you say these things, but you don't want to devalue the gemstone either. You want to make people realise that these are the real deal. These are some of the finest creations that Mother Nature can put together. But even if, let's say, we scale that down and say, well, in the kind of venues I work in, if I put this into sterling silver, I could only achieve £25. That's still a hugely profitable design, isn't it? Let's say 20 then, and be fair. 20, 40, 60, 80, 100, 120, 140, 160, 180, 200, 220, 240, 260, 280, 300, 320, 340, 360, 380, £400 potential profit, and that's if you're potentially sort of underselling the gemstone for all intents and purposes, because these things vary, whether it is depending on what region you work in, what venue you sell in. Some people have to pay sort of 3-figure sums for their stall, don't they?
Completely. It is the venue. It is down to the venue.
Yeah, if somebody's paid sort of £20, £30 to get in the front door, they've gone there to actually to buy, haven't they? Yeah. Now, maybe people are looking for an accent stone. Maybe they want to add beautiful pearls to the collection. How about this for a combination? You've got the baby pinks and the baby blues together here. I love that combination. They definitely will. Imagine that for a new mum. That kind of lilac hue that you've got there. I actually think it's more of a baby pink. Love the colour tone. Maybe you have a different design in mind. Maybe you want to put these into a more feminine look. We were talking earlier about the idea of creating beautiful tiara designs. There you go, Mark's texting in to say that's his birthday present to himself sorted. There you go. Guest designer Mark loves aquamarine. It's his favourite gemstone at the moment. He could recognise the quality of that strand instantly. You can make yourself a beautiful pair of cufflinks, Mark. It's perfect for cufflink 10mm rounds. There you go. See, I don't just promote my own cufflink collection. I want Mark to have a beautiful cufflink collection as well. You're joking me. Okay, I've just heard the price point. I was looking at these pearls and I was honestly expecting you to say that these were going to be $19.95. Now I know they're 6 to 7mm in size, and we've seen larger pearls going to lower prices. Whoa! $8.95. Have you seen the finish on these pearls? Oh my goodness! When you see these. See, this is why, when we talk about the idea of working to formulas, if you like, to create price points for your gemstone jewellery, where the price you've paid for the gemstones is included, I can't see how that could be a driving factor, in all honesty, because you would be very, very hard pushed to find pearls of this quality from any other supplier for $8.95. That is absolutely out of this world. $8.95? Are you sure this is the right strand of pearls? I think I'd double check with the warehouse that they haven't sent the wrong strand. I mean, if you saw maybe sort of Keshi pearls or Baroque pearls, want more irregularity in the pearls for that price, you'd still be blown away. But I mean, there is an elongation to them. They're 6 to 7mm in size, so they're not perfect rounds, and we've accounted for that, although they're not too far off. But the finish is just exquisite. They are gorgeous. No wonder I've got so many people multi-buying the strand now. Gorgeous. They're described as lilac, and there is a kind of lilac hue coming through from the pearlescence. I'd probably say sort of baby pink, or is that my eyes? I don't know.
No, I can see the lilac coming through as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go. It depends, I suppose, what you put them with. Because if you put them alongside of morganite, for example, you're going to draw more of the pink hues. If you put them with amethyst, you're going to draw more of the lilac hues. Perfect. $8.95. These are flying out the door. Probably got about 20 people with this in their basket. You need to start checking out now. And people coming through on the free phone number to multi-buy. So don't run the risk of missing out on this. It's another one of those deals that I would say is an add it to your order opportunity. If you've already got your order up and running and you've achieved what you thought that you wanted to get hold of today, and you want to make the most of that $2.95, which runs right up until midnight, then that for me is a no-brainer. You're always going to need the feminine tones. You're always going to need beautiful pearls. They tend to fit into virtually any genre of jewellery design, don't they? Whether it's bridal commissions, where we're talking about, you know, the elite kind of commissions that we look at within jewellery design, or whether it's an everyday pair of earrings for yourself to wear to the office, pearls seem to fit the bill. $8.95, they're flying out the door. Lorraine's texting to say, wow, 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 in fine silver, and those magical aquamarine, can see a mink colour in those beauties. There you go. I would go along with that, actually. Lorraine. Yeah, Lorraine. She's got lots of inspirational design ideas. There you go. I'll definitely put those. I mean, if you just grabbed the aquamarine at a launch price and you've just saved yourself £5, you might as well make the most of your P&P and add them towards those cultured pearls. I think it would be hard pushed to get pearls of better quality at a lower price, and that's what we're talking about when we say the best value on the market here at JewelleryMaker. Best quality that we can possibly source for the lowest price we can possibly give you. $8.95 for your lilac pearls. Still people coming through for those ones. If you've got them in your basket, start checking out. We're going to leave that with you now. We are going to move on. In fact, we're going to go to a quick break. When we return, we will be looking at the second kit that Tracey's been working with and some more inspiration with your silver clay. So don't move a muscle. We'll be back in 2.
The fastest way to shop with JewelleryMaker is by going to our website. Just click on the sign up button. Once you've filled in the required details, you can start shopping. You can watch the show by clicking the Watch Live button on the front page. You can also use our Refine tool and narrow down your search. Once you've found an item that you like, just simply click on the Buy Now button and the item will be added to your basket. Don't forget you can add as many items to your basket per day and still only pay 1 P&P. Enjoy shopping with JewelleryMaker.
Get involved with JewelleryMaker by sending the studio a message during our live hours. You can send a text to 60777 and start your message with JM Studio, or alternatively, go to our website and click on Watch the Live Show, simply type your message into the box and press send. Make sure you stay tuned in case your message is read out. Get interactive with JewelleryMaker.
We here at JewelleryMaker love to hear your feedback. So working in conjunction with FIFO, a global ratings and reviews provider, when you purchase a product from JM, you will receive an email asking you to rate our service and our products. This helps us to bring you excellent customer service and ensure we're bringing you value for money and high quality goods. Have your say with JewelleryMaker FIFO reviews.
We all know having the right tools for the job is important, so we here at JewelleryMaker have designed a toolkit which includes all your essential pliers for jewellery making, including round nose and flat nose pliers, wire cutters, as well as a bead reamer, snips and tweezers. You've got everything you need for just $9.95. We provide the tools, you provide the skills. Get creative with JewelleryMaker. Sarah Elvin brings you her DVD, Friendship Bracelets. This fantastic DVD is filled with excellent techniques to create the perfect friendship bracelet. This includes the chevron style bracelet, the knitted style bracelet, and the crisscross bracelet. Friendships are forever, and so are bracelets. To get your hands on a copy of this fantastic DVD, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. Get creative with JewelleryMaker.
Did you know that every individual gemstone in our Gems of Distinction collection goes through a 7-stage intricate process to get from the rough to a beautiful bead?
Welcome back to the Designer Inspiration Show here on JewelleryMaker. Very exciting opportunities we've just brought you, such as the Premier Strand of Aquamarine at a Premier launch price. We also brought you those pearls under £10. Absolutely phenomenal. We are, however, focused today on silver clay inspiration with the wonderful Tracey. How are you, Tracey? You all right?
I'm good, thank you, Ed.
Good. Have you had fun so far?
Yeah.
Well, everybody has been giving us lovely feedback about your demonstration. And we are going to take a second look at Tracey's selection of silver clay items. So another demonstration from Tracey coming up very, very soon. In fact, are we going to do it right now? Yeah. We're going to do it now. And we're going to have a look at the kit. Now this is a little bit more traditional in terms of the colour tones, I would say, that we're looking at here. In the previous kit we had a huge variety of colours, which we thought was almost seasonal. This one, kind of traditional elegance, I would say, beautiful sophistication. As you're looking at a monochrome selection, and you've got silver pearls, which are 8 by 6 millimetres in size. Black quartz, 35 carats there in the 4mm faceted rounds, and then these gorgeous white pearls. These are fresh water pearls as well, so wow is all I can say about those. If you just grabbed your lilac cultured pearls, I mean those are actually, that together works perfectly, doesn't it?
Yeah.
You've got the charcoal and the pink, which is a kind of quite a contemporary combination, and then you got the classic monochrome looks as well there. That look beautiful. So there you go. Wow, freshwater pearls, something that we don't see every day here at JewelleryMaker. These are your little button pearls, so they have this kind of flat base, this kind of domed effect, yet they are through drilled. Very, very delicate. They range in size from 3 by 2 to 4 by 3. That's a fantastic combination of colours, isn't it? Did you like that, Tracy?
I do. I love those little pearls. I love the irregularity of them.
It's quite interesting, isn't it? Because they almost have that kind of mushroom cap-like finish to them, don't they? Almost like little mini cabochons, if you like.
They fit really well into the design I came up with. So
okay, great. There you go. Beautiful. So that's your gemstone selection, other than the fact that you also have these beautiful selection of cabochons. Wow. This is blackline jasper. Love the banding that you get on these. Real kind of depth to the colour tones there. Almost, actually it's quite funny because Mark's obviously just messaged into the show, he'll be watching, we know that. When Mark and I are working with a particular variety of paracord, we've renamed it the reptilian and don't those look really reptilian? They have that same feel to them, don't they? Beautiful colour tones. And of course, Tracy and I were just discussing the idea of creating one-of-a-kind jewellery, and gemstones like this allow you to do that, don't they? Because the banding is unique to each and every piece.
They do indeed, yeah.
Absolutely fantastic. It's almost as though, you know, Mother Nature's fingerprint has been placed on each one. You've actually got over 700 carats on this collection of cabochons. And you've got a variety of different shapes. I mean, look at that. You've got this. This is gorgeous. I love the idea of working with something that has such a large surface area.
Amazing.
Gorgeous, isn't it? Again, it gives you loads of design opportunities. Now, as part of this collection, you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 pieces. I mean, you might find you get 10, you might find you get 6. It's all down to the carat weight of over 700 carats in total. We also have combined this with the memory wire. So again, very easy to work with. You've got your ring, your bracelet and your necklace cores. I mean, anybody that grabbed the nuggets who wants to create designs similar to that Mark has described in the past, you've got your pearls and your memory wire as part of this kit. And if you've grabbed the nuggets, you're laughing, aren't you? So should be $38.75 if you were to buy all of these items individually. That's amazing when you think that you've got over 700 carats in the jasper cabochons, you've got your memory wire there. Those freshwater pearls, they look gorgeous in the recording there alongside the black quartz and the silver pearls. Should be $38.75. We're not staying there. In fact, we're going to give you a saving of over £10 as part of this kit. Very impressive price point today. $24.95. That's amazing. Great thing about this kit is, if you're a silver clay artist, we're about to show you how these will help you to enhance your silver clay designs. If that's not something you're focused on, this is such a coherent kit that you could work with whatever your discipline is, really. Absolutely. In fact, Debbie, regular contributor to the show and one of my friends on Facebook, actually, all the way from New Jersey, has texted in and said, "Hi Ed, that large rectangle cab would be a great belt buckle."
Wow.
I love that. I've actually got the most useless belt in the world on. Partly because I'm so slim these days. But yeah, it's doing nothing. It's doing literally nothing. You see that? I'm going to be on one of those Subway ads. That would be amazing, wouldn't it? There we go. I won't try and thrust my crotch up to the desk so you can see it. Claire's just saying she couldn't handle it if I did. I'm not going to anyway. It would make a fantastic belt buckle. This is the great thing about the cabochons, actually. You can use them to upcycle other items. $24.95, a saving of well over £10. Should be over £38. We're taking it down to £24.95. Sorry, Claire. There you go. 2 strands of pearls and your black quartz there. Actually, because you've got the 4mm rounds, Soutache. Soutache written all over it, hasn't it? One day I'll be able to hold things. In fact, you could do the same effect with the little baby pearls, couldn't you? You could use those for your Soutache designs. Pearls look. That looks gorgeous, doesn't it? Can't go wrong with this particular bundle. So far, we've appealed to, you know, classic beaders when you're talking about your memory wire, Soutache designers, of course, bridal commissions with those pearls and that monochrome selection. Literally a fantastic wholesale bundle, really, for any jewellery maker. Memory wire, cabochons, 2 strands of pearls, including those little freshwater white pearls. But how about if you're a silver clay artist? We're going to move over now and have a look at what Tracey has created with this selection. Did you find that this was quite inspirational, Tracey?
Yeah, again, I mean, the theme was, you know, elegance and sophistication. So, you know, the colours certainly did that for me immediately. And I just immediately thought of bridal or evening balls and things like that, summer balls. So, yeah, this is where this piece was inspired
Absolutely
from.
Spectacular, isn't it? It has those strong connotations with those kind of events, doesn't it? With that combination, the silvers, the blacks and the whites, but also beautiful pearls tend to
it's just so elegant.
appeal to those kind of designs. Now, you've created this central motif using the silver clay. It is gorgeous.
Yeah, there's a main sort of flower stem, and then there's a few offshoots of like little buds, and the pearls themselves have embedded in to be those little like buds of flowers, or the centre of the flowers. So
in the kind of open flower, the centerpiece, the pearls become the kind of stamen of the floral design, and then but it also has become the kind of bud-like shape.
Yeah.
That's good. Shall I just show you that on the outer edge? Can you see that there? Sorry, just there. The little buds that accent the main flower. Absolutely gorgeous. Perfect. Love these colour tones, the silver and the white pearls. People are flying in to grab this kit at £24.95. As I say, it's a pretty eclectic kit for all jewellery makers, to be honest. Should be over £38. We're taking it down to £24.95. But right now we're going to have a look at how you create the central silver clay flower. Is that correct?
Okay. So clay, I've got my clay already prepared, and I'm going to roll this out onto my little mat here, my Teflon sheet. This time I'm using these green spacers. Now these happen to be a little thinner than I've used normally. Now these are 0.75mm thick, or 3 cards thick.
Right.
We're going to layer this piece up layer by layer, so we want our clay to go a long way. So this is how we're going to do it. So I've rolled that out, 0.75mm thick. And I've got this cookie cutter. Now you can either use cookie cutters if you've got things like this, or again you can go back to doing your own shapes with a needle tool. You can go freehand, or you can use a paper template, as you saw earlier when we were doing the other piece. You can draft out your piece of paper and use your needle tool to cut out. So I've just lifted away the excess there. And now I want to get a little bit more shape and form into this. I don't want it to dry flat like this, because it looks a little bit bland. So I'm going to use measuring spoons. I've got a couple of measuring spoons here. It's a plastic one that I found in the cupboard, and a metal one. If you're going to be drying in your own domestic oven, then plastic's not a good idea. So
probably not.
So that's why
make a mess.
the metal measuring spoon would help you with that. So I just gently start to lift each of the petals one by one, instead of trying to lift the entire piece in one go. I just want to kind of loosen it off the card first of all. So there we go, I've got it. And now I can lift it away, and I'm just very gently going to place this into that measuring spoon. So, and you can see it's already taken on that shape and form in the spoon there. So yes, that's that one. I'll put that aside to dry, as ever. I'll put that on my little cup warmer to dry, or put that into your domestic oven to dry, or if you're going to leave things to dry overnight, that's fine too.
Okay.
If you're using plastic measuring spoons, then yes, you would need to leave it overnight. Can't put that in your oven, it'll be melted.
Yes.
Not a good idea. All right, and similar thing, we're just going to use a smaller one for the centre as well. So I'll do this very quickly because it kind of just repeats what I've
just noticed that Jan, our guest designer, has come through to grab that kit. You know, I was talking about Jan featuring those freshwater pearls in her designs, and she's grabbed it. So it highlights the value that you've got in this kit, doesn't it? $24.95, flying out the door.
Excellent. So there you go. Cut that one out.
Okay.
And again, lift away the excess and just store that up. And same sort of thing, I'll put this one into this little measuring spoon. If you've only got the one measuring spoon, then you're going to have to wait for one to dry before you move on.
Patience is a virtue.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what you've got to have with metal clay. You've got to be patient. And again, set that aside to dry.
I'm trying to teach my 3.5-year-old son about patience. It's not going very well.
Oh dear.
I want jelly beans now.
Okay, those little buds at the side, they're really quite fun to do. They remind me of golf tees. How I can describe them.
Yeah.
So I'm going to take a little piece of clay, and again, make sure your clay is in good condition. And I'm just going to start to roll it with my finger into like a little tapered. Can you see that?
Yeah.
Tapered shape. And then I want to create the sort of the little cavity inside. So this is where I get just my either paintbrush or rubber tip tool, whatever it takes. And I'm just going to pop that in the middle there. And just with my fingers, I'm just going to start to pinch and push. Pushing with the paintbrush and pinching with my fingers. And keeping it moving, keeping it rotating around. And it will start to create that little cavity inside. Now, this has started to crack around the edges. I'm really not too worried about that because it actually adds to the so the organic idea of a little seed pod. This is where the pearl will be placed later, embedded in. So there we go. I've got one of those. You see that?
Yep.
It's quite cute.
Love it.
So I'm going to make a few of those. I'll pop that to one side. Again, let that dry. And I'll make another one. Just show you again. So roll it up in my fingers first of all. Make sure your clay's in good condition. And start to roll it out into a little teardroppy shape. There we go. It's got a nice little tail. And with the back of my paintbrush, just push in and pinch out. So I end up with this little well inside. Now if they're less than perfect, again, it really is not too important. This one's got quite a lot of cracks in here. Now you can either just live with it because that makes it look a little bit more organic, or if later on, once it's dry, you want to get rid of those, you can use your paste or your slip to fill in the gaps and such like, so that you can't see all those little marks. So there's
Producer Phil was just saying he would love a 99.9% golf tee. But can you imagine if you just wellied it down the fairway?
Yeah, you're not going to be you'll be running after
99.9% silver.
You're going to be running after that one, aren't you?
You're looking for that. Never mind looking for your ball, Phil, in the rough.
Okay, and on the back of this we have a little bail, which is obviously going to carry what we can thread everything through.
Yes.
So let me show you how to do that. And I just go back to using a little cocktail straw for this and roll out a little bit of clay. There's actually 2 on that one because I made it. Yeah, it's 2 on there.
Yeah.
So whether you make 1 or 2, it's entirely up to you. So squeeze. I am only using my 0.75. I can go a little thicker with this if I need to, but that's all right for this. And then I'm going to lift up my little bit of clay, wrap it around my straw, like so. And I'm going to get it cuddling in and then chop through. I don't know if you can see that. I'm just chop through the 2 layers there. And now where that little join is, I can just with my fingers blend it in a little, or with my rubber tip tool, and just a little drop of water, just blend those edges together. Now again, I would set this aside to dry, and once it's dry I would tidy up these edges. So give it a little roll so it's nice and round, and you've kind of blended those edges together, if you can see that.
Beautiful. Details for the 10-gram pack of silver clay are now on screen, and if you wanted to get the cutter combination, which had the 12 set of cutters and the cutting blades bundled together for just $7.95, details at the bottom of your screen.
Okay, so once you've let all those pieces dry, again, I've just got some here already prepared.
It's gorgeous.
I made several different ones.
Soapily Pete.
Well, I kind of have to, because we haven't.
Because you haven't got the time to dry it.
20 minutes to dry. It's we haven't got the luxury of that kind of time. This one was a little bit big. I got a bit carried away with myself, but I thought, well, you could wear that as a pendant on its own. You could turn that into a little, stick a cluster of pearls in there. And
that'd be gorgeous. Or even on a hair comb, maybe for a flower girl, something like that. That'd look nice, wouldn't it?
Yeah, lovely. Okay.
Actually, somebody has just texted in a question about the bail you created. Not sure who it's from. It says, will the ball come off the will the bail come off the straw when it's dry?
Yes, absolutely. It will just slide out, and hopefully I might be able to show you that if I just pop that there and make sure it dries out. So now I've got all these pieces that have dried off. We need to tidy them up around the edges, and I use a simple file to get round all the little edges to do that. So that's a little bit time consuming, so just take your time, be very gentle. We don't want to break anything as you're going along, all the way around. It just takes off that little rough cut line from the cookie cutter. So work your way all the way around that one, and the same, we'll file it up and work our way all around this one too. There we go. Sorry, it's just watching. It doesn't take a lot of work. It's just to get rid of all those rough edges. So take off your dust, and I'm going to place these together, and I'm going to offset them so that they're not directly on top of one another like that. I'm going to set them like this. If you get my drift. Okay, so I'm going to use a little bit of either my syringe. I'll use syringe this time. It can be your syringe, or it could be a little bit of your paste. If I just put a little squiggle in the center there, and take my my second one, tiny bit of water on the back, just damp. It doesn't have to be soggy, and I'm just going to join those together.
Is that something? Yeah, is that a key consideration, not to get it too wet? Or?
Yeah, you don't need to get things so soggy wet.
Right.
It just needs to be damp, so that the so it adheres.
It's an adhesive.
Yeah. So there we go. I've just pressed it in, and again, I would normally wait for that to dry to go any further.
And how much of the clay would you say have you used to create these
pieces?
Sections?
Again, there must be about 12 to 15 grams in this piece.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
Details for the 20-gram pack now on screen. I think you actually get 22 grams, a little 10% bonus with that selection. It's $39.95, so even better value. 22 grams for $39.95.
Okay, so here are some of my kind of golf tees. The strangest looking golf tees anyway, they're a little bit bent. And these ones have kind of cracked. Now, I was preparing these up yesterday, and I was using my old bit of cruddy clay that I had in my pot at the time.
I see.
So I hadn't opened a fresh pot of clay. So yes, they had cracked up, but I actually like that finish because it looks a little bit more...
It looks more organic, doesn't it?
Yeah, realistic.
It kind of looks more like what Mother Nature would create. She doesn't make things perfect, does she? Yeah,
what you see is what you get with this. So, if you want cracks, then you've got them.
Yeah.
I've got them here.
So maybe this is a design to consider if you've got some
Yeah,
older clay. Think,
older
oh,
clay.
maybe I'll make something a bit more organic looking with that piece.
And I quite like the rough little edges that I've achieved on here as well. Again, and that was just simply because the clay was a little bit tired.
They look,
and but again, they look quite natural.
yeah, they do. Absolutely.
So this is where you can start to play around with the arrangement that you want. I've got 3 little pods here. You can decide which way you want these to sit. You could play with this for ages, couldn't you? But they're all going to sit together in some fashion like this.
Like that, yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
And I'm going to use my syringe or slip to join things together.
Okay.
So I'll use my syringe this time, so I'm going to put a line of syringe on the back of, or 2 lines of syringe, there you go, onto the back. And this is, being the biggest piece, I'm going to join this one on first. So I'm going to put that.
Syringe is still available on our website as well. We brought that to you earlier in the show.
Yeah. Going to put that one around here. Okay. And normally I would wait for that to dry before I
So you do
assemble.
one at a time?
I do one at a time,
Right.
yeah. Because things want to fall apart in your hands. It's really difficult to do too much all in one go.
Yes.
You're better, as I say, patience, patience, patience all the way through.
Absolutely.
You need to just let things dry at each and every stage and then do the next bit. And it's always a good idea to maybe have 2 or 3 things on the go.
On the go, yeah.
So you don't kind of go,
Oh, okay. Or just go and sit down and have a cup of tea
Yeah.
for 20 minutes, come back and do the next bit. Details of that syringe are now available at the bottom of the screen. Traditionally it's been $29.95, but today you can earn it to order for $24.95.
Okay. I'm going to come back to my little bale that I created. This isn't quite dry enough. It's been sat on my little dryer here, but it's still dry enough for me just to be able to slip the straw out. There you go. It's as easy as that.
So
and
you would
now,
normally probably give it twice as long to
yeah,
dry.
absolutely.
but
About
just for
20
the
minutes I
intent
normally
of the demo.
dry things for.
Okay.
And then here you would start to file this up. Now if I start filing this because it's not properly dry, it'll probably break up. So,
Right, okay,
so
you
I
will
have
put it
got one.
Oh, look at that.
Here's one I prepared earlier. So I just file up those edges like this, just to tidy them and clean them up. There we go. And then again, I would flip it all over, and once I've got all these in place, then this would, again, with a little bit of paste or syringe, would get adhered onto the back as well.
Okay.
One final big drying. Now I did put 2 on that piece. I put 1 here and 1 here because I've threaded it with 2 strands of the memory wire, so that you've got a smaller strand and then a larger strand through the second through the second piece, through the second bale. So you get everything stuck together, get it thoroughly dried before you decide to take it to fire. See, it's all breaking up in my hands. This is what happens if you don't let things dry. So get everything thoroughly dry before you take it on to the next stage, which would then be firing. Usual sort of procedure with firing, either with a blowtorch or your gas hob or in a kiln. And once it's all fired, you're going to polish it up. Now polishing can be done by hand, wire brushed. Now it's really tricky to get into these little areas here. So if you get a baby's toothbrush, or if you get some sanding grit on your tweezers, under the tweezers, and you can kind of get into these little awkward angles here. So you can get into all the nooks and crannies. Just take your time. On this particular piece, I put like a satin finish on it. I wanted it more satin finish rather than being shiny bright.
And again, it offers you that slight variation between the polish that's on the flower that's bloomed and the actual little buds.
Yeah,
if you like,
indeed.
doesn't it? Absolutely gorgeous.
And then to finish it, I've just threaded some of the pearls onto the little featherweight head pins, and then glued those all into place.
Ah, right, okay. I was going to say whether you had to sort of try and feed those to yourself. So they're just with some jewellery glue in place.
Yeah, jewellery glue. Obviously, you can't fire in the pearls; they would damage. So they just literally get glued in later on. And a nice bit of glue. Just be really careful and dainty with your glue application, and There you go.
Such a beautiful design, such an elegant look, and the pearls and the flowers together. Absolutely fantastic, Tracey. So, what, if you don't mind me asking, what kind of price point would you expect to achieve this? Because obviously pearl jewellery does tend to be at the luxury end.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be marketing this sort of for the bridal end and, you know, balls and parties and things. Again, I'd be looking at around about £80 to put this into the gallery with that kind of marketing and behind it.
There you go. So, incredible value really when you consider that we brought you 22 grams of the silver for $39.95. The whole kit was just £25 with the 2 strands of pearls, and then of course you've been able to create further designs using that as well.
You can make miniature versions of these little seed pods and make, you know, dangly earrings to go with them as well.
So you could have a matching suite then.
Yeah. You know, you could have a little cluster of these to go with the bridal bouquets.
Oh, I like that. That's a good idea.
You could also put them in with the lapel. What do they call them?
Yeah, on your lapel. Yeah, that's right.
The flowers, anyway.
Right.
You can do all that sort of thing. So you know, you can start to
So you could actually just sort of wire wrap those together and then put them. Ah, no, that is a nice idea, because then, you know, the chaps could have something to keep from a big day as well. In fact, we are going to bring you some wire right now. Show you. I'm just going to move these to one side very carefully, because we've got some of this very, very popular half round wire. So this is the 18 gauge. I think these are the American gauges, but could be wrong. But I think this is it's got a little bit more thickness to it. This is the half round wire. So it's silver plated, 0.8 mil, is that right? Then you've got the 1.02 mil. Oh, sorry. These are all in silver plated. It's because the American gauges come in these 18, 20, 22 numbers, and that's why we get really precise figures over here with our imperial measurements. There you go. And then you've got the brass in the 0.81 mil as well, so that presumably is once again the 20. Yeah, that's right. So you've got the 18 and the 20 in silver plated, and then you've got the brass in the 0.81 mil. So when you're familiar with wire work, you'll understand how the half round wire works, kind of like a cylindrical shape, but crescent, a half crescent of a cylindrical shape rather than the round you'd normally see. So you get 2 meters on the larger gauges, but you get 3 meters of this one. Is that correct? 3 meters of the silver plated and 2 meters of the brass. Is that right? Yeah. So it should be $14.85. We're not staying there. I'm going to take it down to a designer inspiration price, as always. Wow, under £10. That's amazing. So you've got 8 meters essentially. Because of the larger gauge, you've got 2 meters, and of the brass and the smaller silver plated, you've got 3 meters of each. So yeah, 8 meters of your half round wire there for $9.95. Amazing deal. Is this something that you would incorporate into silver clay designs at all?
Yeah, you can certainly add some, you know, wire wrapped elements. I'm not a big wire wrapper, but yeah, you can certainly sort of start to combine wire wrapping with your silver clay.
Yeah, amazing. And of course, with the half round wire, it gives you slightly different variations in terms of what you can achieve. You've got the larger gauges, but you've got a slightly different dimension to the wire itself, so it's slightly easier to integrate into your designs potentially. $9.95 should be $14.85. Wire workers are flying through for that one, as you'd expect really, because we don't have those as often as maybe people would like to see those. If you are somebody who enjoys working with wire, in fact, even if you just want to be thrifty and create your own detailing within your designs, we have got the crinkler tool. Now this is always popular, and I suppose this is quite a good way to maybe introduce the idea of working with wire into your pieces. If you are like Tracey and myself, and you're a bit like standoffish about wire work, I suppose if you start to let a tool like this do the work for you, and then you can become a bit more confident with it, I suppose. So you get the 2 variations. You get the rounded crinkler and you get the sharp edges. I have had a little play with this in the past, in fact. And all I will say is be very careful, because if you try to put a gauge that's too high, certainly don't go any higher than 0.8 mil. 0.6 is probably the best, in my experience. Sorry? Yeah, okay, yeah, if you've got some 0.6, I'll show you. It's not that difficult to do. Is it alright to open this one? Yeah? I said do whatever you like, Ed. Do whatever you like, Ed. When was I ever worried about getting in trouble before? Okay, so these are the variations. It's just quite a simple tool. We'll go for the sharp one. Gives you.
It's intriguing.
It is. It's a cool tool. I have to say, tools are cool. So there you go. You put those together, and oh, look at this. Perfect. Some 0.6 mil wire. Let's go for my favourite colour. I like a bit of pink in my jewellery.
My head's
designs.
working overtime already. I can see what I can do with this, with metal clay. I'm going. Ooh.
Oh really? You're having some metal clay?
I could do something with this, with metal clay.
What's going on
But
here?
yeah, I'd have to go away and have a little play with that.
Okay, okay. Right, okay, you watching? Woohoo!
Yay!
I can't believe it. I've done another on-air demo.
Excellent.
And I didn't break the tool. Basically, the first time we had it, I wanted to see. I launched it. We hadn't had it on air before. I wanted to see what it would take. Tried to put some 1 mil around there and just destroyed the whole thing. The cogs wouldn't fit back on the thing. But maybe if you're a bit more careful, you might be able to up the gauges. I don't know, but I wouldn't go any higher than 0.8 just because I broke it when I used it last time. But there you go, 0.6 works perfectly. So, yeah, we can do the round edge one as well, I'm being told. Amazing. Okay. I'll take these. So that's the little sharp edge, but you do get 2 different settings. Tracy's, I can see the cogs are turning for Tracy.
I'm itching to go with this.
Do you want to do this one then, Trace? Shall I snip this off? Hold on. Because I'm not helping, am I? Is there any snips on that?
No.
Typical.
That's no. Not to worry.
Well, we need some snips.
Keep going.
It won't go in there though without.
It will.
Will it? Go on then. You try it.
I'll give it a try. If we get one side in.
Oh, of course it will. I'm being so silly.
And then you can push it in.
What's new? It is a bit awkward. It would be easier to feed the original piece in, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I guess.
Look, Amelia's so amazing. She's brought me some snips.
Yay, thank you.
That'll make it better. Oh, hello. There we go. Okay. Tracy's going to do the round edge. Okay. Lots of people are already flying in for this because you can imagine the kind of possibilities that are available to you if you work on this.
Ooh, I like that.
You like that? So that's the round edge one. So I've created the sharper edge one. Actually, you know what?
Can I have one of these?
Yeah.
I like that. Look at that. That's brilliant. And get some great patterns and designs and things.
About making a little flower.
Well, do you know you could take the wire and then press this into your silver clay and you've got impressions of patterns and things.
I have. I've made a flower.
Yay.
Do you like my little flower?
That's excellent.
I'm so pleased with myself. I'm so easily pleased with anything I do. $7.95 for the crinkler tool. There we go. Hold on. Let's snip this off here a bit. Oh, hello. Watch your eyes.
Go steady.
There you go, Tracy.
Oh, thank you. It's Valentine's,
emoji.
isn't it?
There you go. In the baby pink tone. That's well, perfect. So the crinkler tool available right now. They add it to your order price of $7.95. Amazing opportunity. So many people love this tool. Wire workers in particular should be flying through for that one. Looks amazing in the 0.6 mil, but I have done 0.8. It's fine. But as I say, when I used the 1 mil, it did damage the tool a little bit. So I would probably suggest this. But if you've got experience of using a larger gauge, and I was just being stupid, that is highly possible. So text in and say, Ed, you're just an idiot. 1 mil works fine. If that's your experience. Lots and lots of people taking advantage of that deal. They add it to your order price of $7.95 today for the crinkler tool. I will just at this point just remind everybody of this incredible strand of gemstones. I've got this coming up in about 15 minutes time as my presenter pick today. 3 of the big 4 on one strand. We're only missing Tracey's birthstone. We've got rubies, emeralds and sapphires together.
Stunning. That's absolutely stunning.
Beautiful, isn't it? Actually, we've had a little question come through for you,
Oh,
Trace.
go ahead.
It's from Claire. It says, can you fire any size clay on a hob or do you have to have a kiln?
Yes, most things will fire on a hob. The largest thing I've ever fired is approximately kind of that size. I don't know if you can get my hands in there. Around about that sort of size, which I guess is about 8 centimetres in diameter.
Yeah.
Something like that. That's the kind of size, the maximum size I've ever fired on a hob, and it was absolutely fine.
Okay.
And it worked perfectly.
What was that?
It was just a pendant. It was just a big chunky pendant. It was way back in the early days when I used to make things very big all the time.
Sort of feature pieces.
Yeah, it was a big feature piece. It was a huge pendant.
Okay.
And it fired fine on the hob.
There you
so
go.
yes, you're limited a little bit because the firing circle, if you know what I mean, you've got your gas hob and you've got the flame coming through. You need the piece to be in the hottest point of the flame,
Yeah.
and of course it graduates out and get colder and colder and colder as it goes as it fans away from the flame. So you need to keep it within that flame as much as possible.
Okay. Hopefully that's answered your question then, Claire. Still people coming through for the crinkler tool. Not really surprised at just $7.95. There is the tool itself. We are going to go to a quick break now. Thank you so much for your
You're very
demonstration, Tracey. Amazing. We go to a break. When we come back, we'll be inching ever closer to the launch of my presenter pick, emeralds, sapphires and rubies on one strand. Don't go away. We'll be back in 2.
Join Gemma Crow and take your wire working to the next level by learning how to use our higher gauges of wire with ease. Develop new skills that will enable you to successfully manipulate, texture and shape your wire into strong, durable and beautiful jewellery. This course includes a selection of wire, 20 pieces of sterling silver flat head pins, a strand of large gemstones, use of all relevant tools, buffet-style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studios and a visit to our Gemporia Museum. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. Jewellery Maker, bringing out the designer in you. Download the Jewellery Maker app today. You can watch our Jewellery Maker shows live, view all the details of the item that is currently on air, as well as browsing all the items from today's show. You can also minimize the video or switch to use as a companion app. Get the Jewellery Maker app today and boost your viewing experience. Do you have a question that you need answering?
Well, did you know you can ask to speak to an accredited jewellery professional in our call centre?
Trained by the GIA, you can ask us any gemological question and we'll do our best to help.
We don't just sell gemstones, we know gemstones.
That's why when you buy from us, you're buying with confidence. Buy your genuine gemstones from genuine accredited jewellery professionals.
Here at Jewellery Maker, we love seeing your jewellery creations, learning about your inspiration and reading your blogs. If you write your own craft or jewellery blog, then we'd love to hear from you. Simply tweet us at jewellery_maker UK with your blog link and we'll be in touch.
Owning a strand of genuine gemstones is always exciting, but being able to use it in your handcrafted jewellery, then passing it on to its new owner with proof of its authenticity is even more incredible. Why not add one of our printed authenticity cards to your order for just 50p and share that same feeling with your customers? You can also access online authenticity certificates for items you have previously ordered by looking at your order history on your account details. The certificate gives you valuable information about your purchase and is your guarantee of quality and peace of mind from the Genuine Gemstone Company.
here at JewelleryMaker love to hear your feedback. So working in conjunction with FIFO, a global ratings and reviews provider, when you purchase a product from JM, you will receive an email asking you to rate our service and our products. This helps us to bring you excellent customer service and ensure we're bringing you value for money and high quality goods. Have your say with JewelleryMaker FIFO reviews.
Here at the Genuine Gemstone Company, we are happy to announce that our studio store is now open. If you attend any of our courses, you can now browse through special items, get exclusive discounts and deals that you can't get at any other time. Become an exclusive customer at the studio store. For more information on available courses and dates, please contact our call centre. The new studio store. The experience just got better.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the Designer Inspiration Show here on JewelleryMaker. Today we've been focusing on silver clay. We've had beautiful demonstrations of jewellery from the wonderful Tracey. You right over there?
Thank you.
You're playing with the crinkler tool over there?
Yeah.
It's already coming up with ideas. There you go. In fact, people have been texted in to say they can't wait to see what you do with the crinkler tool. There you go. Now, coming up in about 5 minutes' time, I present a pick 3 of the big 4 on one strand. And I can tell you we are going to launch emeralds, sapphires and rubies for under £50 this afternoon. Amazing. That's coming up in about 5 minutes time. First of all, just for anybody who missed out on this deal earlier today, this was a little treat that was added to the show by our wonderful sales manager, Mr. Scott Stone. And so he's put together a bundle of 2 bead scoops, which have this fantastic variation in the sizes and the cuts of the gemstones. They do come in these colour spectrums, the red and the pinks and the purples, so you get 2 of those bead scoops and 2 of the 5-pot stackers. Easy for me to say. Apparently we've still got 25 people with it in their baskets, so you do need to start checking out, because as soon as we put that price point on screen, the phone lines have lit up again. It's £9.95 for 2 bead scoops and 2 of the 5-pot stackers. I don't know why I can't say it. 5-pot stackers. It's not even a tongue twister. What's wrong with it? Brain, engage. Here we go. £9.95, so under £10. Immediately the phone lines light up. We've created a short queue, only around about 30 seconds. You're only investing your time, of course, on the phone lines. Is a free phone number here at JewelleryMaker. 1 P&P per day at just £2.95. Wow. Probably about another 20 people who have put this in their basket now as well. Oh, 30 people have put it in their basket. So we already had sort of 25 people with it there, didn't we? So there you go. If you do want to add that to your order, you do need to take advantage as quickly as possible. We only had a certain number of these to go round, so I'm expecting that to be a sellout by tomorrow morning at 9 AM. And as I say, if you already had it in your basket, make sure you check it out, because well, you've got a bit of competition now, because lots and lots of people who missed out on this particular deal earlier today are now taking advantage. 10 of your individual storage pots, which stack, and 2 of your purple, red and pink bead scoops. Fantastic there. £9.95, amazing deal for everything you're going to get there. Amazing. £9.95. As I say, I think the bead scoops alone are usually £4.95 each. So that's like getting the pots for 5p. That's half a penny per pot. There you go. Getting my maths back in there for you, Trace. £9.95 for this particular deal. How many of these did we have? Ooh. Over half the stock's been allocated on that item, and as I say, there's a huge number of people who've got it in their baskets as well, so definitely suggest that you check out on that deal as quickly as possible. Congratulations though if you've grabbed that, because it is amazing value. I'm expecting that to be a sale at £11.95, but as a little treat we brought it to you at £9.95. Don't forget, coming up in just a few minutes time now, my presenter pick. Have a look at this emerald. Beautiful Ceylon blues coming through from your sapphires, canary sapphires there as well. and your emerald greens all on one strand with your rich red rubies. So 3 of the big 4 on one strand coming up in just a few minutes time. First of all, just want to make everybody aware of this fantastic strand, which was also a premiere launch. Now this is a limited edition strand, a luxury opportunity to own some of the finest aquamarine we've ever sourced here at Jewellery Maker. In fact, there's 10 people who have still got this in their basket. Now we only had a limited number available on this one, and I expect this to be very, very popular. In fact, guest designer Mark already grabbed his. He said it was his birthday present to himself. Easily some of the finest quality aquamarine I've ever brought you here at Jewellery Maker, we've ever sourced here at Jewellery Maker, all thanks to that consistency of colour, that beautiful, rich, what can only be described as an aquamarine blue. $59.95 is the exclusive launch price. At 9 AM tomorrow morning, they're going to go back up to $64.95, and of course this is March's birthstone. So it might be a good time to invest in this. It's the kind of strand that's going to pay for itself because it offers you luxury, it offers you opulence, it adds value to your designs because of the quality and the consistency for me, the colour tone and the roundness, those 10mm perfect rounds. I mean, you can put those together with beautiful pearls and just alternate them. In fact, I think Jan came through for the previous kit, didn't she? So that highlights the quality of the pearls available in the previous kits. If you grab that, these combined with those white pearls would be amazing, wouldn't they? $59.95. Amazing deal. Actually, looking at this, I'm thinking picking out the blue sapphires with the sky blues of the aquamarine and the midnight blues of the sapphires. You like that?
Yeah.
That's a luxury opportunity, isn't it? Because you've got a few different selections of the blue sapphires on this strand. So I'm thinking you've probably got enough to just alternate between them, do a neckline piece, or how about just a bracelet design? So you only need sort of 7.5 inches. That'd be perfect, wouldn't it?
Absolutely.
Okay, lots of people actually adding that to their basket now. So congratulations. Don't forget that is a limited edition strand at an exclusive launch price. We are going to move on because I think it is now time to bring you my presenter pick. Absolutely fantastic. So, some people may be new to us here at Jewellery Maker, or maybe you just are more focused on your hobby of jewellery making as opposed to the gemological world. Traditionally, we do think of luxury jewellery as being housed within this big 4. Emerald, rubies, sapphires, diamonds as well, which I think just goes to highlight the luxury that we normally associate with these gemstones. We've got 3 of that very prestigious family of luxury gemstones on one strand here. Very, very exciting opportunity to bring you rubies, emeralds and sapphires on one strand. They are faceted rondelles. They range in size from 2x1 to 3x1. How about if you got the sterling silver selection earlier and you grab that ring finding? You could maybe separate out your sapphires or your emeralds or your rubies, or you could have a little cluster, you know, almost like a certain designer does. So they have those very luxurious gemstones in vibrant colour tones. I mean, have a look at the colour saturation on these, because you've got a graduation in colours. You've got the more traditional sort of salon blues moving into the midnight blues, canary sapphires as well here on the strand, moving into some of the what I would describe as panaparacha coloured sapphires. Then have a look at this. You've even got a graduation in the colours here between sort of almost Colombian emerald style colour tones and then a richer, almost Brazilian emerald, if you like. Then look at that for consistency again. Gorgeous colour tones on your blue sapphires. Then we move here, and actually this is really interesting section of the strand because many people will be aware of this, but some people might not. Ruby is in fact just a colour classification of sapphire itself. They are both varieties of corundum. Gemologically, there's no difference in their makeup, but when we see those rich pigeon blood reds, we describe it as ruby. And so here the graduation occurs from pink sapphires into rich red rubies, which, as I say, are essentially red sapphires. So that's a beautiful selection. In fact, you could just take that selection of rubies, and I'm thinking you could probably just put those as the kind of center focus on a kind of classic tennis bracelet, so you only need chain to select to do the rest of the design. I mean, that would be amazing, wouldn't it? Maybe for a July baby, because that's July's birthstone, but we do have September's birthstone there as well in the form of sapphires, and then May's birthstone in the form of emerald. So we're covering the months here as well, but I do think that these three gemstones in particular tend to transcend birthstone jewellery. I think most people who are passionate about gemstones and luxury jewellery know of these three gemstones and consider them to be three of the most luxurious gemstones available. These are the kind of items that you want to have in your collection. They have very strong connections with, well, traditional prestige, if you like, but also with, you know, contemporary luxury, because people want to own rubies, and this is what we're all about here at JewelleryMaker. We're part of the Genuine Gemstone Company, and we want to make these beautiful offerings that Mother Nature's created as accessible as possible. Now, these are literally flying out the door. I started with just 50 of these. 20 of them have already been allocated to people's orders. Still got people coming through to add this to their basket. In fact, one person's grabbed 2 strands of these, so clearly certain designers out there working on that elite level, they know that these are going to help them to create profitable jewellery designs. I mean, we were talking earlier, weren't we, about setting gemstones alongside your silver clay. And silver clay adds value because it's 99.9% pure silver. Are these the kind of gemstones that would sit alongside your silver clay?
Absolutely. They're such beautiful, high quality. They're really going to add value to your metal clay, and metal clay adds value to your gemstones. So, you know, you can see you can really accelerate the value of the pieces you can price. Yeah,
absolutely. It helps you to kind of justify the higher price points that people are trying to achieve nowadays. We have seen people receiving 3-figure sums in terms of valuations, 200, 300, 400. Did somebody say they had an independent valuation of one of their pieces of around about £600 recently? So
fantastic.
That's pretty incredible, isn't it, when you think about what you want to achieve? Okay, these are flying out the door, and I'm not surprised because you've got 15 carats, 3 of the big 4. Pure luxury. I promised you a price point of under £50. We're taking it under £40 today. $34.95 for all 3 varieties of the, well, 3 of the big 4 here. And the great thing about this is that colour combination, because you've got the opportunity to either combine these or to colour graduate them and separate them out. I mean, you could have all the emeralds, all the rubies, all the sapphires. You've got 2 different varieties of sapphires in the canary and padaparacha coloured sapphires and the blue sapphires there. Actually, the golden sapphires and the blue sapphires together would be beautiful. That's a kind of classic combination, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. The blues and greens together, you know.
Even if you just wanted something quite high-end for yourself, maybe if people are starting to plan out holiday jewellery, for example, because you've got the delicate rondelles, because they've been faceted in this way. I know this might sound a little bit out there, but I'm thinking like a beautiful anklet for your holidays, because you've got the vibrancy of the colours. I mean, it's $34.95. It's not ridiculous to think that people can spend those kind of price points in accessory stores for, you know, faux gems and synthetics.
Yeah.
3 of the big 4 for $34.95. Rubies, sapphires and emeralds. People are flying in for this one. In fact, somebody called Ruby has come in for this stand of rubies. There you go.
Pearls for pearls and rubies for
rubies. Exactly right. There you go. And of course, you got 3 of the birthstone months covered here as well. Emerald is the birthstone for May, sapphires for September, and rubies for July. So there you go. $34.95. People flying in for that one. If you've got it in your basket, you know what to do. Sorry if it sounds repetitive, but you know, I just don't want anybody to miss out on a deal like that. Don't know how long we'll be able to offer you that strand, 3 of the big 4 for $34.95. Amazing. That's my presenter pick today. We're going to move on now. We're going to give you another premiere on this afternoon's Designer Inspiration show. So another little treat that was added to our show today. So we weren't aware of this when we were putting the show together. Sales manager Scott gave it us as a little treat. How about this? 500 carats of frosted rose quartz. The gemstone of true love. gorgeous colour tones here. Actually, we had a strand of gorgeous morganite last week, didn't we? Which had similar colour tones, those feminine pinks, those Parisian pinks. Sorry, kunzite, wasn't it? Kunzite, not morganite. I get confused because I like all the pink gemstones, Tracey. But have very similar colour tones, you know, those beautiful pastel pinks. Here, that's been taken to a different level really because of that frosted finish. This isn't a finish that we associate every day with gemstones. This is something that's been created by a lapidary. The way it's been polished has created that frosted effect. I mean, can you imagine that for little girls, little flower girls potentially? Although they are quite sizable, they're 14mm in size, aren't they? So, you know, the world's your oyster as always. You're only ever limited by your own creativity. 500 carats of rose quartz, traditionally known as the gemstone of true love. And actually, I will be honest, because I, in the past, have been guilty of maybe not giving this the credit it deserves. I used to always think of it more of a sort of substitute to morganite or kunzite, but that's because of my background coming from the luxury jewellery world, if you think about when I worked on Gems TV. So I think I didn't realise how popular rose quartz was within the bespoke sector, because of course people who are drawn to one-of-a-kind jewellery, or you know, handmade jewellery if you like, do tend to be more aware of the folklore attached to gemstones, or maybe even the metaphysical properties that some people associate to jewellery. And of course quartz is thought to be a huge amplifier of different energies, for example. I wouldn't suggest you buy it for that reason, but I know that that is a key thing that people are in tune with when they're investing in these designs. So rose quartz, really, really popular when people love the gemstone of true love. Stacey has texted in to say, loving the show today, amazing products, been busy watching whilst organising a flying lesson for hubby for Valentine's Day / 40th birthday. I hope he's not watching.
Wow.
Ruin the surprise. That sounds pretty amazing. Okay, we are 500 carats of rose quartz for $6.95. That might be the biggest carat weight I've ever seen at the launch price of $6.95. 500 carats of frosted rose quartz, 14mm in size, and they're available right now. They add it to your order price. This is an exclusive launch price, a premiere this afternoon. I'm bringing it to you for $6.95. That is amazing. I think you caught some people off guard there, because now all of a sudden the phone lines have gone a little bit active, shall we say. Got a short queue of 30 to 60 seconds on the free phone line. Don't worry about that. You are only investing your time, so stay where you are. A member of our very helpful call centre team will be with you shortly to add that to your order. Wow, look at that. Julia wasn't messing around. She was straight on the lines to grab 3 of these. There you go. June, you've got 2 as well. Lots of people multi-buying since we revealed this launch price of $6.95. If you've already got your order up and running, so if you've already got your order up and running, you've paid your $2.95 today, then you can add that to your order for $6.95. Congratulations if you're coming through for that one. As I say, lots and lots of people multi-buying that. Again, lots of design scope with a piece like this, aren't there?
Absolutely.
I suppose the size of the gemstones.
Yeah, they're stunning pieces, and you know, you could string them and use them as standalone as a necklace. There's beautiful summer colours. So
Absolutely.
You know, thinking ahead already. I'll break it down into individual earrings, pendants, necklaces.
Oh, actually, yeah, earring designs again. If you're thinking about profitability.
Yeah.
Because as I say, you know, people who do attend kind of regional craft fairs, for example, might be thinking, you know, pocket money prices, but that's what you can achieve with a strand like this at $6.95, isn't it? Even if it's £5 a pair.
Yeah.
For earring designs, they're still going to be statement, because not only do you have that 14mm size, but you've got the frosted finish as well, so that's something a bit different.
Correct.
In fact, Marilyn said this is a pretty Marilyn-esque strand, actually, so very appropriate. Marilyn said, "This is gorgeous. I have got mine. We'll use with clear quartz." That's a nice idea. I was actually thinking maybe the silver pearls.
Yes.
From the previous one, because I like that charcoal and pastel pink. Such a girl, aren't I? So there you go. But let's say £5 a pair for the strand. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60, 65, £70 worth of potential profit on that strand. And that's selling earrings at £5 a pair. So I think I'm being fairly conservative in terms of my pricing when you think about the carat weights that are available there. 500 carats for £6.95. As I say, I know that some people struggle with the idea of achieving these kind of high three-figure sums for their jewellery designs, but you know, I'm trying to be a little bit more realistic. If your experience is that you're only ever able to get up to the kind of £30 benchmark, £5 a pair, there's £70 worth of profit in that strand. Amazing. £6.95. Somebody's just grabbed 4 strands of these, so congratulations to Linda. That's the way to do it. And add it to your order price for a huge carat weight of a very feminine. Actually, I just thought of something. Spring Designs. How about alongside a little emerald? So you have one of those and an emerald on a pair of earrings. You like that?
Yeah.
Little roses, little rosebuds. I'm just a metrosexual kind of guy, what can I say? Come on boys, get with the programme. Here we go, £6.95. We're going to move on. What are we going to do now? Oh, now these are fantastic. Match made in heaven. Was it Marilyn that said she was going to put them with clear quartz?
Mm-hmm.
How about this? I'm thinking the 14mm round, that sizable look, you want it to be the focal point of the design. You want it to be the showcase gemstone, but if you do want to add an accent, your clear quartz is perfect, as we just heard. And here we've got 20 carats, but in very delicate, faceted rondelles, 100% natural clear quartz here. They range in size from 2x1 to 3x2. I mean, that is beautiful, isn't it? Very, very feminine look. Very understated, but still making an impact because of the size of the gemstone. So the frosted finish on the rose quartz, that little twinkle, that little sparkle from the clear quartz, that is a match made in heaven. You can see here how far that's going to go. It's actually a 30cm strand, so you do get a lot of gemstones on there. Absolutely fantastic. 20 carats in total, faceted to perfection. And this is really sparkly, actually. I'm looking at it here. Producer Phil, in the same breath of being aghast at the launch price, also said, but we will honour it. So there you go, that's £6.95 as well. Amazing deals. Add it to your order prices all day long here at JewelleryMaker. So whether you're watching the morning show, the Designer Inspiration Show, or the late show, we are going to give you opportunities to add to that 1 P&P per day. It runs from midnight to midnight, of just £2.95. Pretty impressive. Well, I actually ordered something on Friday. Yeah, online, from an online supplier. £6.95 my postage and packaging was. That's the same as you have to pay for gemstones here on JewelleryMaker. Amazing. Yeah, I know. I was a bit annoyed really, because I was thinking when I found the item, you know when you get all excited because you think, oh, that's much cheaper than I thought the item was going to be, but by the time they put the VAT and the postage on, you think, oh, that's pretty much what I was going to pay in the shop. So that's not a consideration here at JewelleryMaker. 1 P&P per day of just £2.95. £6.95, that's not the P&P. That is the price point for genuine gemstones. When these were launched originally on our morning show, I think over 100 strands were allocated to orders. So it is very, very popular. If you want to add it to your order, take advantage. It's available right now for £6.95. I'm going to leave that on with you. We're going to move on. We're going to try to get through as many deals as we can before 5 PM so that we can give you a chance to add to that order. Oh, I'm glad you said that, because that's the one I wanted to do. It's like one mind, Philip. There you go. Have a look at these gorgeous pyrites. Now, here at JewelleryMaker, I think we're actually quite successful in sourcing beautiful pyrite, and we've seen some of the more uniform shapes. We've seen the coated varieties, of course, where you get more vibrant colour tones, or you get the powder blues or the purples. Traditionally, pyrite is known as fool's gold, and that is because throughout the ages. This has been mistaken for, you know, little flecks of gold. You can understand why people have been fooled by it, can't you? Because it has that traditional metallic tone. The other really impressive thing about pyrite for me is that it has the exact same crystal structure as a diamond. So it has a six-sided isometrical crystal structure, and therefore it has a single refractive index, and that's why you get this metallic sheen from the gemstone. The light passes through the gemstone at one speed and basically bounces off. It gives you that reflective quality that we normally associate with a precious metal like gold. And you can see here on this variety that we've kind of played on that traditional crystal structure and the original colour tone. I mean, look at that. That could just be cut from this. This is an original piece of rough that we've taken from a mine. It just blends right in, doesn't it? Absolutely perfect. So when people are looking to invest in genuine gemstones in their jewellery, this is what they want to see. They want to see that organic quality. They want to see that Mother Nature has played her hand in the creation of it, and that's exactly what you get from this. Now, the great thing about pyrite in its traditional colour tone is that it does give you that warm golden tone that we normally associate with the precious metal, but of course that's very expensive to invest in precious gold. You can offer your customers the same opportunity to have that metallic shimmer within their designs without investing huge sums of money. You can see there that reflective quality. The light is literally bouncing off that surface of the gemstone. 130 carats in total. Beautiful pyrite nuggets here. They range in size from 5x3 to 10x3. They're already flying out the door. No wonder it's just $9.95. Another add it to your order deal. There you go. I don't tell producers off for price points anymore. They give me in trouble. They say, "Oh, you're not the boss anymore, Ed. Just stand out there and look pretty." Which I do expertly, as you can see.
Absolutely.
This doesn't just happen, you know, boys. I said no. I had an uphill paper round. Unbelievable. My mum says I'm really handsome. $9.95 for 130 carats of beautiful pyrite. Lots of people grabbing that one. Not really surprised at that deal. We're going to move on. Oh yeah, look at these. Fantastic. Interestingly, garnet is part of that little group of gemstones that has the same crystal structure as a diamond. Has those isometrical crystal structures. So spinel, which of course has famously been mistaken for diamonds, garnet, pyrite, they all have that same crystal structure. It means that they have a single refractive index. This is interesting with garnet for a different reason. So rather than giving a metallic shimmer, you kind of get the light will emanate from the centre of the gemstone, so it gives it this kind of inner glow. It's a little bit difficult to show you on this particular strand because of the depth of colour, but actually if you look at the base of the gemstone there, where it's a little bit shielded from the studio lights, you can see that kind of red wine hue coming through from the gemstone. So these are kind of classic garnets, if you like. 110 carats. There you go. It's a little bit more similar to daylight simulation there when you see the recording. In the studio, I think looking at about over 2,000 kelvins of light, so it's completely, you know, it's not a light source that you'd ever really be in. A gemstone wouldn't respond the same way that you see in the studio, but that's the nature of creating a TV show. So the actual recording is much more similar to what you're going to see when you get it home. Wow, $6.95 again for genuine gemstones. Actually, I wonder if, because you got that depth of that almost berry-like tone from the garnet, how would that look alongside the pastel tones of the rose quartz? Because it's got the frosted finish and the polished finish. We were talking earlier, weren't we, about those variations?
Indeed, yeah.
Do you like that?
The contrast of colour and finish, yeah, absolutely. There's nothing like opposites.
Yeah, it does tend to, because I think they complement one another, don't they? They're not trying to steal focus. They've got their own thing going on, if you like.
Yeah.
That'd be quite a nice solitaire ring. You could just accent the large rose quartz with a garnet either side. Inspiration from the big dog. You like that? $6.95 for your garnet. We already launched the rose quartz at a similar price point, so amazing. Over 100 carats of garnet. These are your 6mm rounds as well, so perfect for macrame designs, perhaps. How about could you create more of a showcase piece of soutache where you did use a 6mm round, or beady beads you could do with your 6mm rounds as well, couldn't you? It's going to be a little bit more of a significant size with the 6mm, but I think it'll work. And of course, you're working with a very recognisable gemstone in the form of garnet. This is heavily used by, you know, luxury designers, even high street jewellery designers. Okay, I started with just over 20 strands of these remaining in stock. It is a last of stock deal. Already over half the stock's been allocated, so we are now approaching single figures of availability. So if you want to add beautiful garnet to your order for just $6.95, I mean, look at that, it's a must-have. Ah, okay, actually, tell you what, that'd be another fantastic combination with the rich reds and the golden tones. How long was a strand of pyrite? I'll find out for you. Now, this might not be 100% precise. This is a 20 centimetre strand of pyrite. There you go, teddy bear. That was the name. I wasn't being overly familiar. That was the name there. $6.95. Okay, single figures remaining in stock now on your 100 carats of garnet for just $6.95. We're moving on. Ooh. This is another gemstone that we don't have every day here at JewelleryMaker. Very, very impressive opportunity, but a limited availability on the stock level. Now, cat's eye, beautiful gemstone. More often than not, we are expecting to see a little bit of chatoyancy in the finish. So we'll see the way the colour tone moves across the gemstone. Very, very rare gemstone. We don't see it every day. We are fortunate enough to source it for you here at JewelleryMaker because, of course, we have been building up our relationships with our gemstone suppliers over the last 4.5, 5 years. Actually, this one has fantastic chatoyancy on it, so I'll try and get that across to you. You see that? Quite a similar effect to what we see on tiger's eye, for example, but a much rarer gemstone here. It's actually part of I think it's part of the garnet family, actually, cat's eye. Beautiful elongation in the sizes here. They range in size from 14x5 to 27x9, giving you 150 carats in total, 100% natural, and I love the variation in the colour tones. I'll tell you what, that is not something I think I've ever seen in cat's eye before. Never seen that colour tone. I've always seen opaque varieties. You can see the crystal structure inside that gemstone. That's really impressive. That'd be a fantastic pendant, wouldn't it? You wouldn't have to do much work either.
Exactly, yeah, you can use that as a standalone piece. It's just beautiful. Absolutely,
just a little bit of briolette style wrapping maybe, just to give it that professional finish. Gorgeous. We are going to give you an incredible price point of $10.95 for the last in stock. It's a clearance deal this afternoon here on the cat's eye. 150 carats. As I say, we are very, very limited. Was this up at, was it $14.95? Oh, so it's $15.95. So there you go, £5 back in your pocket. Amazing deal. Just $10.95 for 150 carats of beautiful cat's eye. Very, very rare gemstone. Very impressive look there, because you've got not only the traditional greens and golden tones, you actually got kind of storm cloud greys coming through on this particular variety. I think cat's eye might be. I think it's got a similar crystal structure to a garnet. You know, I could be wrong. Phil's going to try and find out which gemological family it belongs to, because I'm not 100% sure. $10.95 for that stranded cat's eye. Okay, we'll look into that, shall we, Phil? Find out. Oh, chrysoberyl, yeah, that does make sense. Yeah. So yeah, it's part of the chrysoberyl family. I was thinking because garnets are not a family of gemstones, you see. Graciously garnets is a kind of type of gemstone to do with their chemical compositions. They all have different chemical compositions. I thought cat's eye might be a member of that. But anyway, chrysoberyl. Good to know. Right, moving on. Oh, a duo of opal. Ooh. Another very luxurious gemstone, actually. I think it tends to have connotations with almost the kind of inherent value, the sentimentality that's often attached to jewellery. I think I always associate opals with those kind of pieces. Here we've got two of the more alternative varieties. We're looking at boulder opal and dendritic opal. Dendritic means that it's going to have fossil-like inclusions, foliage-like inclusions, you see. So it's almost as though you've got branches or leaf-like structures fossilised inside the gemstone. They're actually not, but they just look that way, and that's what we refer to them as dendritic opals. These are both faceted rondelles. You get over 40 carats on both strands. And the boulder opal has come from Australia, where we traditionally source opals. In fact, about 95% of the world's opals come from Australia, but very, very rare to find dendritic opal, which has come from Africa, in fact. Narrow it down for us, why don't you? It's a big continent. So yeah, opal is of... Oh, wow. I just saw a little bit of a golden hue coming through from the boulder opal there. That's really impressive. This is October's birthstone, of course. Maybe you want to create a piece of birthstone jewellery for an October baby. That's, I think, opal's another gemstone that seems to kind of transcend that birthstone jewellery. I think people have that common association with the gemstone. They're aware of it. But here you've got two of the more alternative varieties. People may be traditionally looking for the opalescence, the pinfire that we traditionally see. These have some of the more alternative effects, the dendritic inclusions, or that little inner glow that you get from boulder opal. £9.95, £4.98 per strand. He's not messing around today, is he, Joe?
It's a bargain, absolute bargain.
It's the only way to describe it. It's a bargain. 2 strands of beautiful rondelles for under £10. Actually, the other good thing about these is, just to go back to that concept that we were discussing earlier, you've got the variation in the finishes. You've got the polished finish on the boulder opal and the faceted finish on the dendritic opal, and the colour tones are totally neutral, so they'll go with any other gemstone. Perfect size for an accent stone, of course, as well. £9.95, a must-have. Traditionally, these would probably have been classified as a gems of distinction strand, i.e. the best possible quality we can source for you in terms of boulder opal or dendritic opal, being sourced by our Indian buying office in Jaipur. But they've thrown caution to the wind these days, the producers. They don't adhere to the rules I created back in the day. They do what they want. They're a law unto themselves. £9.95. There you go. If you're wondering what I'm talking about, I used to hold a different role here on the channel. So I used to be the sales manager of the channel, but now I'm a presenter. I've never mentioned it before. All right. £9.95 for 2 strands of opal. People are flying in for that one. We're going to move on. Oh, cool. So we're going to give everybody an opportunity to get hold of the wires, which we demonstrated the little crinkler tool with earlier on today, didn't we? We used the baby pink variety. These are all 0.6mm, and you've got the copper, the silver, and that kind of baby pink variety, yeah. So 0.6mm on all, 10 metres on each reel. 0.6, perfect. Sits kind of in the middle, doesn't it? You can do your weaving and your binding with it. You can do a little bit of detailing, but you know, if you put it on your sort of traditional wire twister tool, you can double up the gauge, can't you, and do structural work with it as well. So can't go wrong. 0.6mm, 10 metres of your copper, 10 metres of your silver, 10 metres of your baby pink, and all for one incredible price. So, oh, that's not the price. Okay. You're going to be really popular with the buying team with your wire bundles today, Phil. Oh, he said shh. Okay. Stop saying it out loud. £6.95. £6.95. 30 metres of wire for £6.95. It should be £10.35. That's already amazing value, isn't it, for wire?
That is. It's brilliant.
Tell you what, Laura Binding would be flying in for that. She loves copper wire. 0.6mm, perfect for your weaving work, which Laura Binding loves to do so much. Oh, absolutely. My producer's just saying, you know, how much would you pay for, you know, 10 meters each of these colour tones from another supplier. I mean, even at 10.35, I think we're blowing other suppliers out of the water, but at $6.95, that is a complete no-brainer for any wire worker. You need that gauge. These are fantastic colour tones to work with. Silver and copper, very traditional metallic tones. The pink offers you that feminine opportunity. I mean, 0.6 mil is what you would use for the sort of tiara twist, isn't it? So even if you aren't a really accomplished wire worker, but you want to use it just to incorporate gemstones into certain designs, it's easy to work with, isn't it?
It certainly is. Yeah, you can, you know, it's much easier to manipulate in your fingers to get the twists and coils and things like that in tiara designs, I should say.
This is what I hear from a lot of our designers as well, saying that despite the fact that it is so much more malleable and easier to manipulate in that way, it's still very, very strong once you set it into your designs, isn't it? Amazing. And of course you can work hard in it. Maybe you grab the hammer that we brought you last week, so you can work hard in it. $6.95. Do you know what that means? That it's a great deal, Phil. Phil's trying to find us a price point to compare it to, but he said, I can't find anything similar. There you go. Nobody else can bring you a deal like this. That's what you want to say. $6.95. Huge numbers of people flying in for this one. We know how popular wire work is. As I say, this is a good way to introduce a little bit of wire work into your designs. If it's something you've been thinking about experimenting with, maybe you've been a bit standoffish about wire work, why not let it into your world? We've got about 20 people with this into the baskets. Lillian on the phone line from my hometown, where my family are from, in Ayrshire. Congratulations to you, get a shout out for that. We've got multi-buyers coming through. We've got buyers in Staffordshire, Yorkshire, Derbyshire, the West Midlands, Wiltshire, Dorset, Hertfordshire, Sussex, London, Manchester, the Vale of Glamorgan, Lincolnshire, Lancashire, London, Kent. People flying in from across the country for this incredible deal. I'm not surprised really. $6.95, so if you want to grab that one, get it while stocks last. It'll be available at that price until 9 AM tomorrow morning, but I'm expecting it to be a sellout deal. I knew you were going to say that. Ah, it's a great name. I love it. Cabidabidocious. I don't know why it made me laugh so much. 50 carats of lapis lazuli in this particular deal. Wow. So wire workers, if you just grabbed your wire, great way to set this into maybe a pendant or even a ring design if you wanted, or a cuff bangle perhaps as the feature piece. The lapis lazuli is amazing quality. You've got that traditional royal blue tone, then you've got those little copper or pyrite inclusions in the gemstone. This is a very traditional gemstone. Lots of people are very aware of this gemstone, aren't they? It's one of Cleopatra's favourites. In fact, she used to crush it up and use it as eyeshadow. So yeah, people love it. But I think, you know, part of ancient Egyptian culture was that they used to find lapis lazuli quite a revered gemstone, and the colour tones, of course, are quite synonymous with, you know, ancient Egyptian artifacts, aren't they? The blues and the gold. So no, there is definitely something in that, isn't there? And then have a look at this. Wow. Before on the cat's eye, you know, we were looking for that little bit of chatoyancy on the more delicate gemstones. Have a look at this. On the large surface area of the cat's eye. Look at that effect. That is amazing. And of course, Mother Nature's placed that there. She's created that for us. But it's all due to the polishing techniques that she used that helps to enhance that and bring it to the surface. Have a look at this. I'll put my hand behind it because it's getting lost in my shirt. It's a heart-shaped cabochon in ruby red with that optical effect of chatoyancy. I mean, have we ticked every single box there for jewellery designers or what? Cabochon, heart-shaped, ruby red colour tone, optical effect, which is very prevalent within this particular piece. Yeah, I think if you ordered this today, it would be there in time for Valentine's Day.
Isn't that wonderful?
That would be a good gift for a jewellery designer. Phil just said, yeah, you can just be like, here you go, mate. Put it this way, if you refer to your significant other as mate, you're going to get a clout. That's what you're going to get. Here you go, mate. I bought you so you can make some of yourself. Mate! That's what you'll hear in response to that. Unbelievable. Guys, Phil, are you actually in a relationship? Or are you single? No. So shocked. I'm only being silly, I'm not messing. How about this? Haven't even touched on the most prestigious and the rarest gemstone in this cabochon collection, natural turquoise. Now this is a real sought after gemstone for many bespoke jewellery designers. Have a look at that. It's a 5 carat gemstone, beautiful teardrop shape, 100% natural turquoise. Hold on a second. You're not going to do anything to that price, are you? Are you being serious?
Oh.
Phil, seriously, we are getting into, I'm going to have to tell you off territory. The turquoise alone should be more than $7.95. Are you aware of this? He said shoulda, woulda, coulda. He'll do what he likes. $7.95. I'm being serious when I tell you that jewellery makers are going to come flying in for that one. Have you found that turquoise is something that gets requested quite a lot?
It is, because you know there's not so much beautiful cut stuff now. There's a lot of compacted stuff now.
Yes,
so yeah,
exactly.
So yeah, its value is very desired, really.
Absolutely, yeah. Like you're saying, I mean, we've managed to source some of the more reconstituted varieties, if you like, just so we could offer you that colour tone. But the natural turquoise itself is highly sought after. I think, again, people are aware of it. They want it in their collection. The colour, of course, goes with virtually anything. It is a birthstone as well, turquoise. It's December's birthstone, alongside tanzanite and zircon, incidentally. But I think, you know, turquoise is the traditional gemstone which covers December. I'm a little bit shocked because I wasn't even expecting to see that price point for the turquoise alone. But of course, that's actually the smallest carat weight in the cabochon selection. You've also got this fantastic variety of tiger's eye. I mean, that heart shape. And lapis lazuli. So you've got 3 very traditional gemstones, highly sought after, beautiful cuts. These are some of our most sought after cuts here at JewelleryMaker, aren't they, these days? The cabochons, perfect. There's so many different designs. You've got your tiger's eye, your lapis lazuli, and your turquoise, and it is just $7.95. Somebody just bought 4 of these. Not surprised. Soutache designers, wire workers. Actually, Kumihimo, macrame designers. Could you set that turquoise into silver clay?
Of course, yeah, absolutely.
So you create the kind of setting, and then
I would do like a traditional bezel setting,
right,
and then embed that into the silver clay, and that would fire in just beautifully. Yeah.
Gorgeous.
No, not fire in the stone, but a fire in the bezel. Sorry,
Yeah,
just to clarify that.
Yeah.
So yeah.
So you wouldn't fire it with the stone in there because
No.
it would damage the
And
turquoise.
then you set it after it's fired and polished, and it would sit in beautifully.
Gorgeous. You put a little bail on the bezel setting, even, and just put it on a chain. Jobs are good.
Yeah.
There you go. $7.95 for that collection is, well, again, I think that Phil, for the 3rd day running, has managed to render me silent. He's going to get invited to Christmas dinner at this rate. Right, okay, we're moving on. Oh yes, I know the one. So these have fantastic irregularity in the gemstone strands, and then have a look at these. Uniformity in the peacock shell pearl. So, oh really? Okay, limited availability on this bundle, so I'm expecting these to be very, very bright. Actually, the colour combination here is beautiful, because you've got the pastel tones coming through from your green amethyst, which is this month's birthstone. They're described as nuggets. They're almost like shards of amethyst, aren't they? Fantastic. 145 carats in total. They range in size from 8x4 to 14x7mm. You've got 100 carats of clear quartz here in your irregular plain drops. And then you've got that uniformity in the 8mm rounds of beautiful shell pearl. Great thing about working with shell pearl, of course, is that you get that uniformity. So you get a very similar effect that we'd associate with an organic mineral like pearls, because of course it is created from an organic mineral. And the nacre of the pearls helps for that beautiful shimmer to come across. Here we've created this peacock tone, so you get this almost oil on water effect on the surface of a gemstone. I think that's a fantastic combination of colours there. The pastel greens, the clarity of the quartz, and then the depth that you get from your peacock tones on the shell pearl. We have created a wholesale bundle. It is a little bit limited in stock, I'm afraid. Should be $10.85. We're going to unprecedented lows today for genuine gemstones, aren't we? Down to, am I right in saying this, $7.95. I mean, honestly, elsewhere, how much would you pay for 145 carats of green amethyst? That's a 38 centimetre strand. Oh, now I'm hearing the words "oh dear" from producer Phil. Before he was all blasé about his price points, but now he's starting to think, uh-oh, SpaghettiOs. His head is in his hands. Are you being reprimanded via email as we speak? Okay. He's still giving it large. We'll find out when we go upstairs. $7.95 for all 3 strands. Once again, people are flying in left, right and centre for this deal. It's an add it to your order deal. 3 strands of gemstones for $7.95. Oh, now this is a limited edition bundle, so there was only a certain number to go through. It's a little bit low in stock. Oh, as is accounted for in the title of the bundle itself. Probably got 10 to 20 people this in their baskets. You need to be checking out as quickly as possible. There's also people coming through on the free phone number. 15 people with it in their baskets. There you go. So yeah, was between 10 and 20 then. There you go, people multi-buying this left, right, centre. People have got 2s and 3s and even 4s of this deal, so I'm expecting this definitely to be a sellout deal. $7.95, should be over £10. That in itself represents the best value on the market as far as I'm concerned. Probably a price point you would associate as being a good deal on the amethyst alone. But with the clear quartz and the peacock shell pearl as part of the deal, that is amazing, isn't it? Less than £3 per strand. I'm going to leave that one with you. We're going to move on. Oh, I love this. Is it actually moonstone? Wow. I thought for a second it might be white labradorite because of the amount of adulorescence that's coming through. I've got whole rainbows. I mean, I suppose you would more traditionally associate that with rainbow moonstone, but I just, tend to think that the labradorite reacts much better in the studio lighting. Here we go, look. Can you see that? 100% natural, as you'd expect with these gemstones. There we go. I can see a rainbow. Sorry. Okay, so the moonstone actually graduates in size from 5mm up to 9mm. Fantastic effect there. Can you see that? I can see that little rainbow on each and every gemstone. Then we've got your 8mm labradorite. So 2 of the more commonly associated gemstones with having an optical effect, labradorescence and adulorescence respectively. Look at that labradorite, that is amazing, isn't it? Is that coming through in our studio lighting? I'm always a bit concerned that I can see all this labradorescence. Wow, look at that. Golden labradorescence there. Got the blues and the greens coming through as well. This is occurring on every single gemstone. Not as easy to show you here in our studio lights, as I just made reference to. So you've got the rainbow moonstone and the labradorite here, both together. Should be $13.90. We're not going to stay there. Going to take it under £10 for both strands, coming from our Gems of the Distinction line. Polished rounds, £8.95. £4.48 per strand.
It's incredible.
It's amazing, isn't it? Especially because, you know, labradorite and moonstone do tend to attract a lot of attention to people's designs, don't they?
Sure.
People haven't experienced that optical effect before. Kind of encapsulates the more mystical feel that we associate traditionally with gemstones, I suppose.
Completely, yeah.
What would you have voted for in our end of year award ceremony, Tracy? What's your favourite gemstone to wear?
I think labradorite is up there for me. Yeah.
Lots of people do tend to favour labradorite, don't they?
Love it.
But whenever I ask people why they voted for it, they always say because it sells. So when they take their labradorite designs to market, people are always enamoured by it.
It's the mystique of you know, when you show it to people and they're like, oh,
Absolutely.
it's so interesting.
As it turns in the light and you see that little labradorescence, that optical effect. I mean, you get the same effect essentially in your rainbow moonstone. Wow, this is seriously one of the most impressive strands of rainbow moonstone I think we've had here on JewelleryMaker. Can we see that little rainbow there? Look at that. That's fantastic, isn't it? It's beautiful variety of moonstone. I love these little inclusions, these little monochrome inclusions. I myself have a little bit of a personal association with the gemstone because it's my birthstone, rainbow moonstone, so that's why I love it so much. Okay, lots of people flying through for that one. I'm not surprised. We're going to move on. Ooh. Oh, look at this. Beautiful pink frosted pearls here. Very, very sizable. Showcase size for pearls here. I would probably say these are luxury pearls, really. Tend to think of anything over about 8.59 millimetres being a luxury pearl. These are mahoosive. They're 10 by 11 millimetres in size. Wow. And they are pink frosted potato pearls. You do get, normally with the potato pearls, I associate them with having quite distinctive silks on the surface of a gemstone. I mean, every now and then you get a slight inclusion on the surface of these pearls, but for intents and purposes, they're beautiful. I'm just thinking. There we go. It doesn't get more girly than that one, surely.
Stunning.
It's gorgeous, isn't it? That's interesting, isn't it? Because all of a sudden, the pearls become more of an accent, whereas when you've got them on their own as a standalone, they're a showcase piece, aren't they? Because they're so large. So quite interesting. It depends what you put them alongside as to the effect that you're going to create working with the pearls. 10 by 11 millimetres in size. Lots and lots of interest coming through for these. That's interesting, isn't it? A slightly different light source there, getting more of the kind of peach and golden hues coming through. Depends the way the light's going to affect the pearlescence. They're $19.95. But for luxury pearls, I would definitely say that's a little bit... Oh, actually, now that I look at them from the other angle, I'm seeing some of those peachy tones as well. Interesting. This is what we expect to see from an organic mineral like a pearl. We want to see that pearlescence. We want to see the effect of the light on the surface of a gemstone. 10 by 11 millimetres in size, $19.95. I mean, maybe you've already got a commission underway. I'm thinking these are large enough, potentially, to just create solitaire rings.
They're stunning.
Be amazing, wouldn't it? Or earring designs, of course, that we alluded to earlier on. Actually, your second design that you created, if you did have the larger bud that you created, you could set one of these into that, wouldn't you? That'd be real.
One larger pearl in the centre.
Yeah, that'd be gorgeous, wouldn't it? And alongside the silver pearls, that'd be a nice combination as well, the lilacs and the silvers. Absolutely gorgeous. 10 by 11 millimetres in size, the pink frosted culture pearls. They're available right now for $19.95. Lots of people showing interest in those. In fact, we've got people multi-buying that strand. Amazing opportunity. We're going to leave that one with you. We're going to move on. How about 11? Love this one.
Ooh.
Hold on a second. Where is this from? And this is classified as amethyst, lavender amethyst. Oh, Tom, you may not be aware of this. Tom's my director today, and he's saying, oh, it looks like it should be from Bolivia, because it was thought that ametrine is a one-location gemstone, only found in Bolivia, but they have found a small deposit in Brazil. It's news to Tom. He wasn't aware of that. Well, I think this is 100% natural. This hasn't been enhanced in any way, has it? Well, we've definitely got some citrine inclusions inside our amethyst, which means that this is, in fact, ametrine. One of the rarest gemstones on the planet. A little anomaly that Mother Nature likes to throw up every now and then. Basically because citrine and amethyst are both forms of quartz, but they form due to the pressures. Due to the pressures and the temperatures, we tend to get these slight variations. Of course, citrine forms at much higher temperatures than amethyst, and so every now and then we'll find that some of our amethyst actually kind of transcends that temperature point and starts to change colour and form into citrine. Every now and then you will find that happens in terms of banding across one crystal structure, and so it's a kind of hybrid of the two gemstones known as ametrine, and that's exactly what I'm looking at on this strand. In fact, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 of the gemstones. I can see it on there, so pretty much a strand of amethyst slash ametrine, really. Wow. And it's $14.95. That's because it's been classified as amethyst because of its location. People expecting ametrine to come from amethyst. You can do your own research. I'm not making that up. They have found small deposits of ametrine in another mine in Brazil as well. It doesn't. Oh, Phil, do you actually listen to what I say? Just think, no. Let's see how we're. Okay. Well, this isn't a carat weight that I would associate with this gemstone. I mean, even if it was lavender amethyst, 650 carats at $9.95 would be ridiculous. But when you've got examples of ametrine in here as well, one of the rarest gemstones on the planet, expect me to just adhere to this, Philip. I love as well the fact that, again, you've got that kind of juxtaposition here, because you've got the larger size and the faceting that you'd associate with high-end gemstone jewellery, but then of course, because of the irregularities in the sizes and the way it's been faceted, it still gives you that organic feature as well. Ticking every box here. Huge carat weight, one of the rarest gemstones available, beautiful colour tones. Of course, we know that amethyst is popular because of that beautiful purple tone. This month's birthstone. I've run out of boxes to tick. And, oh, I forgot to mention, a clearance price should be $14.95 until 9 AM tomorrow morning. We've taken it down to $9.95. I'll tell you what, no one's hanging around on this one in terms of checking out their baskets, are they? Nobody wants to miss out on that deal. I only have a limited number, so if you want to grab these huge ametrine nuggets for $9.95, I would definitely suggest that you check out as quickly as possible. Amazing opportunity to add such a rare gemstone in a huge carat weight to your order for a clearance price. $9.95. Okay, again, if you've got them in your basket, you know what to do. Well, look at that. We've got buyers coming in from across the globe there. Buyers in Belgium, France, Spain, California, and the length and breadth of the UK. That's the way to do it. We are, of course, a global company here at JewelleryMaker. You'll find us at jewellerymaker.com. There you go, buyer in Kentucky as well. $9.95. We're going to move on. Oh yeah, have a look at this, because so many people have been inspired by Tracey's silver clay designs today. Grabbing hold of the silver clay opportunities and the kits. So many people have been inspired by the beautiful gemstones that we've brought you in the final hour. The aquamarine, the rose quartz, the pearls, the ametrine just then. How about this as an add it to your order deal? 2 of your red and purple bead scoops and 2 of your 5-pot stackers for $9.95. What a deal. So the bead scoops alone are normally $4.95. we've brought you this whole selection for just $9.95 today. Huge numbers of people have still got that in their baskets you need to check out. And of course, if you want to add it to your order, it's available right now for $9.95. That won't even be available tomorrow morning, let alone at that price. But we're going to move over and have a look at Tracey's selection of jewellery again. Are you all right?
I'm good, thank you.
Did you have a fun day?
Yeah, it's been really nice.
So much lovely feedback about your demonstrations and your jewellery design, so thank you so much. This is the jewellery suites that Tracey put together using the silver clay and of course the kits that we provided with. So we'll start with this. This was the second kit and it featured the pearls, the black quartz, and you got memory wire as part of that kit as well. We've set that with this beautiful beautiful silver clay flower in the centre there. Absolutely gorgeous. That's what we demonstrated, and of course you can catch that on YouTube if you weren't tuned in earlier. And right at the start of the show we brought you this fantastic selection. Now this is really, really impressive because not only do these pendants become beautiful features of your designs, but they also have that practical mechanic about them. They're also the clasp, and that was put alongside the 10-strand pack of nuggets that was just $27.95. So hugely impressive value today as part of the kit, but also fantastic demonstration with Tracey. So thank you very, very much. I suppose you've got your workshop later this month, haven't you?
I have. 25th of February, the introduction to silver clay, and 25th of March for the cocktail rings.
And when are you back on air, do you know?
I think I'm back on air the 24th of March, so just the day before.
Day before your workshop, you can catch up with Tracey and what she's been doing with her silver clay. Stay tuned right now because of course the late show's coming up with the beautiful Ali and the beautiful Claire, so you can't go wrong. Add it to your order deals. Just enough time for me to thank Phil, Tom and all the guys for putting together the show. In fact, thank you, and good afternoon.
JewelleryMaker ships to the following countries. We offer 2 delivery services, standard and premium. So wherever you are in the world, JewelleryMaker are never far away. We all know having the right tools for the job is important, so we here at JewelleryMaker have designed a toolkit which includes all your essential pliers for jewellery making, including round nose and flat nose pliers, wire cutters, as well as a bead reamer, snips and tweezers. You've got everything you need for just $9.95. We provide the tools, you provide the skills. Get creative with JewelleryMaker.
Hello and welcome to the Late Show. If you've just tuned in, I hope you've had a wonderful day, whatever you've been up to. But if you have been spending all afternoon with the wonderful Ed, you would have been seeing some of the most amazing silver clay designs. I cannot wait to go home and watch the repeat, actually. I'm looking forward to that. I'm Ali Defoy. I'm going to be taking you through the entire Late Show, as usual. You've got 5 days of me this week. I know, it's my long week. Hopefully it's going to be short and fun for you, though. I've got lots of treats coming your way. Not just me, myself and I. Oh no, it's never just me, myself and I, to be fair. I have a brilliant team that look after me here in the studios. I've got the wonderful Wes, camera king, Wes. Oh, he's got a mustard hat on today. Wes had a fabulous collection of hats, he does. Oh yeah. I've seen, what, about a third of them, do you think?